Last time in Renascence. The party's quest to discover more about Barnaby's condition, I suppose is the best way to frame that, finally led them to speak with the elders of Gladham. There they learned the island's secret, that deep in the jungle, the boundary between plains was thin enough that people could cross into the Feywild, and that this is the case in many ancient forests. On Faeril, however, the boundary is watched by a Fey being known as the Gatekeeper, but given her aggressive and rather destructive behavior of late, the party agreed to help the elders in confronting her and putting an end to her malice. In an effort to gather more information, the party split up to go speak with Adlar, their hunter contact, and Doto, a victim of the Gatekeeper's magic. They learned that Doto had lost his sense of self to the Gatekeeper when he met her over a month ago, seemingly bewitched by powerful Fey magic. Adlar, his close friend, had been obsessively attempting to discover what had happened and why, despite the obstruction of his father, the elder Ginlamine. Coming together with the party, Adlar jumped at the chance to join them in confronting the Gatekeeper, and the group made plans to set off in the morning. So, waking up bright and early, we are picking up just after sunrise on the northern edge of Gladham, where the party is standing on the road, looking down into the depths of the jungle from its edge. That's pretty much it. Are there any questions before we begin?
We're starting pretty early, right? That was the goal.
So I believe what you guys said last time was that you woke up at sunrise, and I would say that it's probably like an hour to get fully ready and out the door and on the road. So it's probably like pretty close to like 7 o'clock here.
Okay, that's pretty early.
Sun is just barely up over the horizon. You know, the sky is still a beautiful pink and gold sunrise over the ocean. Or I guess sunrise would be east, so over the island.
Right. Makes sense.
But yeah, it is early. You are geared up and ready to go.
Shall we then?
I suppose we shall. Oh, we're down to Burberry too. Worth noting.
Oh yeah, tonight Burberry will be substitute played by the DM, I guess.
Because the real Burberry is sick.
I'm here too, he says.
That does sound like something you would say.
It does.
We lost.
Oh no, Clark.
He's back.
Your Baborian. He's back. The Baborian lives. So.
I'm good to go. Got all my stuff.
Yeah, I guess I'm ready.
Alrighty. So, setting off down the road. You have been given your route. You are more or less going to be sticking to this road. It runs through the jungles in the center of the island, somewhat uphill until it begins to dip down in the second half of its current down to Borenorn. You will be turning off in those highlands and heading deeper into the jungles down a side path, a very minimally marked, infrequently traveled pathway that should lead you to the garden where the Gatekeeper holds court. You've been told that this trip typically takes about a day and a half. Now, my question is, do you guys want to try and rush that, or do you want to move at a normal pace? Like, how quickly do we want to try and progress down this
I think we kind of want to
roadway?
book it, because what we've heard is at night, that's when it's really dangerous.
Yeah, I would definitely ask Adlar whether he knows if the road is safe to move fast on during the day. Like, a lot of people said, or I think he said that nighttime was when it was really dangerous, but during the day, if we move fast on the road, are we putting ourselves at risk?
Well, the jungles are thick and the road is quite long. Even if we were to stick to the road and travel to Bornon, we would likely be camping overnight in the forest, walking on foot. which is done, but usually in a slightly larger group than this. It can be a gamble. You are very likely to see something at the edge of the campfire light. But
I more just meant for traveling through the day. I don't know how many hours it's going to be. We're actually on the road, but if we can move quickly while we're on the road, that could save us some time.
it's doable. I am generally not one to rush when ranging in the jungle, regardless. I prefer to have more awareness than any real speed. I like having a firm grasp of my surroundings.
But you have never had an
Given what's out
Aloran.
there, I'd agree.
Pardon? That was two people at once. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, David.
I was just gonna say, given what's out there, I would agree to take a slower pace myself.
I mean, this is a capable group. I do not think it will be, life-threatening to be hustling, so to say. But, it is definitely possible we will be caught unawares, which is something to be mindful of.
I think as long as we're on the marked path of the road between the cities, I think it's okay to move fast. Just a hunch.
And I am willing to defer to the group. I have offered what I can, at least, of my experience in this jungle. So I'm hearing one vote for booking it.
I think we got 2 votes
Yeah.
for booking it.
2 votes for booking it.
I think we can go ahead and just book it through or until we get to the part where we have to start following instructions directly.
Yeah.
That sounds like a plan to
You've
me.
been
then.
outvoted, Barnaby. We're going to get to your backstory faster.
And then I'll say that if to Adlar at any point where if he knows we're going into an area that's a bit more dangerous, to let me know so I can cast a spell that'll have us walk through it quieter.
Well, the road itself is not terribly dangerous, as far as creatures nesting nearby or there being any sort of precarious geographic features. It's a road, and it's a fairly frequently traveled road, so it's not a horrible place to make your way. The tricky parts are when we are off the road heading towards this gatekeeper. This path is not one I have walked, and I cannot say what lies ahead as far as the dangers go there. But it being off the road, I would definitely say we are probably wise to slow down and keep our eyes peeled just to be safe.
I think we should definitely do our best to save our magic for when we actually have to get into the jungle proper.
That is typically my approach.
Okay, then let's just go.
Actually, before we
Alright.
go, Burberry, what spells do you have prepped today?
A fantastic question. Let me look. I don't know Burberry's accent because I've never done it before.
It's like halfway between Dragonborn and like an old woman.
Actually, let me see what I have
No,
here.
you lean too far in the old woman.
No, I'm quite sure this is what Burberry sounds like. So, this is what I have prepared today. We have Cure Wounds, Detect Magic, Guiding Bolt, Healing Word, Shield of Faith, Spiritual Weapon, Prayer of Healing, Locate Object, Lesser Restoration, and Calm Emotion.
That sounds pretty reasonable.
You may need to calm my emotions because that just don't sound right to me. He's not sounding like his normal self.
Oh, I also have Enhance Ability. I missed that one.
I feel like that was probably a leftover from yesterday.
It's a safe bet. Should I take some time to perhaps adjust my preparations for the day before we head out?
The only two that would probably be worth switching would be enhanceability and calm emotions, I would imagine.
Well, one of those is my domain spell, so that one's not leaving.
All right.
But enhanceability, I can swap out for something else.
Okay.
Let's see. I'll take bless. Bless is always good.
Sounds good to me. Okay. Now let's go into the forest. Quickly.
All right. Into the forest. So, let's establish a marching order. Who's in front? Who's in back? Are
I'll
we
be in
going
the middle.
single file? Who's going? Who's doing what? What's
I'll
the
be in the
play?
middle.
Middle for Barnaby.
We're off the road at this point, or on the road?
We are on road.
You are on a road. So Barnaby and Noelle are in the middle.
Yes, I guess.
So I'll be closer to the front.
Okay. So Noelle behind Barnaby.
All right, John. Do you want to be in the front and back?
Well, I'm just wondering if Adler's.
I figured
Adler's gonna be at the front.
very-
I am
But-
fine with this. I am familiar with this road.
And
It makes sense.
I guess I'll be right behind him if you want to bring up the rear.
okay.
So a Lauren in the rear.
Probably Burberry
You're most
right in
likely
front
to
of
get
Lauren.
a backfire in the back.
Burberry will be.
Huh?
I said you're most likely to be attacked by jaguars if you're in the back.
It's a positive, I guess.
Lauren would also like on this journey. Actually, she's not really going to do this, but she's just gonna say she's gonna do this. Is like leave little breadcrumbs of meat.
I'm sure Adlar would love that.
Go ahead and roll a sleight of hand for me, just to establish how sneakily you're doing
Oh
this.
no, I'm not actually.
She's
doing
not
it,
actually
I'm
doing it. She
Oh.
says she's.
Oh,
It's a joke.
okay.
It's a joke.
No.
I thought you were committing. Okay, sorry.
No, it was a joke.
I was
I
like,
like-
that would be amazing.
I kind of want to do it. You know
It's
what?
a bad idea.
Should I?
I'll just go smear myself in honey before we go. Is that fine?
A swarm of killer bees, followed by 3 bears, come bounding out of the
Who
forest.
could have seen this coming?
Dr. Bees.
No, I won't.
All right.
I really want to.
So, we got Adlar in front, followed by John, then Barnaby, Noelle, Burberry, Lauren.
Yep.
Okay. You are moving at a fast pace, which means that there will be some adjustments to your checks over the course of today. At a normal pace, we don't do anything. At a slow pace, I believe you have an advantage on perception checks, and you can also roll stealth to move quietly. At a fast pace, I want to say that it is disadvantage on perception checks to detect a danger. I'm trying to double check to see where that is. Excuse me.
Lauren still has a +7, guys. So.
Yep. Okay.
Hopefully it balances out.
Okay, yeah, it's like a -5 to passive perception.
Oh, -5.
So disadvantage on any checks. So that sounds like everything. Okay. Since we have Aloran and Adlar at the front and back of the party, kind of keeping watch, we'll have them roll their checks for this first wing of the journey.
Am I rolling with disadvantage?
This will be disadvantage perception, yes. Thankfully, Adlar rolled a pretty tight, if somewhat low, couple of checks.
Rolled 2 low numbers.
Mhm.
Lowest one was 4.
Mm. So that was a total of
11.
11. Okay. And he rolled a 10. Not bad. And yeah, you guys set off down the road. You can see as you travel, this is, as Adlar described, a pretty frequently traveled road. Unpaved, but solidly like dirt path. Clear evidence of wagon wheel ruts kind of divoting into the road, kind of creating this raised mound down the middle as you head along. And pretty close at hand on either side, there is plenty of undergrowth, shrubbery, ferns, all manner of leafy green plant life growing in abundance here. As you get going, you can hear the jungles beginning to wake up. You can hear birds of all sorts singing and cawing and screeching in the distance. Periodically, you hear the sounds of monkeys howling overhead, somewhere far off, their voices echoing through the trees. Occasionally, you hear a rustling nearby that sounds perhaps a jaguar. You look over, you see nothing. But maybe, in the early hours of the morning, it is possible that they're still awake, looking for that last bite to eat before they go to bed.
Anytime I hear like a little noise, and it sounds like it could be something big, I am going to throw down a piece of meat.
Okay.
Oh Lord, what's your jaguar? You shouldn't have put me in the back of the pack. I have no supervision.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Okay. Sorry,
Oh
guys.
boy.
I couldn't help it. You said early morning, and I'm like, they might still be awake. All right, we'll do it. Okay, so that was a 15.
15 sleight of hand? Okay. And yeah, nobody's passive at this point is high, since you guys are kind of hustling. So
I just
Aloran,
imagine. Go ahead.
I said Aloran occasionally just drops a bit of jerky behind you guys.
Yeah, I'm just imagining like the caravan like an hour behind us that keeps getting attacked by animals, and they have no idea why.
What is happening?
So on one of these bouts when I drop the jerky, I'm gonna be like, I have to go to the bathroom, and then Aloran's gonna run off into the shrubbery of the woods. And she's gonna be kind of like hunched over looking at the piece of meat.
Yeah. When you go use the bathroom, Adlar will definitely call a stop just so that we don't leave him behind. And he'll just kind of wait with the party as you take your 10-minute bathroom break.
Do I get to see a jaguar?
Give me a perception check.
Is it? I see everything.
Okay.
I got a 17 plus 7.
23.
23.
No, 24.
24?
Plus
24?
7 is
Am I right?
23.
Yeah, no, 20.
23. 17
Wait.
plus 7?
But that's 14.
No, 18,
Oh,
19, 21,
24.
22,
You're right.
24.
I'm dumb.
Yeah.
I'm dumb.
Yeah. I'm dumb too. I said that first.
Everything.
With a 24, Aloran, during your 10-minute potty break, you sit and you watch
I see nothing.
intently. And suddenly, coming into perfect focus on the road, you couldn't see it through the spotty camouflage, is nothing. You sit and watch for 10 minutes as the party waits for you to finish peeing. No sign of a jaguar. Sadly.
Yet.
Okay.
This process must be a lot easier in the ocean.
There's probably not a lot of anything to obscure your vision down there.
Hey, nobody knows what I'm doing. Thank you very
Good segue.
I was gonna say I'm gonna give Adlar a copy of the instruction. I'm gonna write him a copy of the instructions once we get into the forest, just so there's 2 instances of it.
Oh, that is good to have, actually. Thank you.
Yeah. The redundancy.
Speaking of which, I probably should give these back to you. And he'll actually pull something out of his pack, and it's a small leather satchel, jingling with coin. He will kind of just lamely hold it out to you. I really shouldn't be keeping this. The whole point about, the money. I was sort of hoping maybe you would hear some things Yannick. But you heard those things from some other source and found out a lot more than I knew. So, I kind of owe you for hooking me up with these.
Who's he handing it to?
You, since you just handed him paper.
Honestly, I think that was kind of your payment for this.
It's really not about the money. I would have been out here as soon as I found out what was happening anyways. Truth be told. To be perfectly honest with you, my hope was you would talk to Yannick and perhaps hear some of the strange things happening on the island. Maybe do some digging, maybe get curious. Hoping, you were sort of the type to help out. Turns out you already were and had learned a lot more than I actually knew myself. So
Interesting. Well, how about this? You just hold on to it, and when we get back, we'll take it.
a deposit.
And hopefully we don't forget.
Well, silver lining. If I die, it's definitely yours.
That's
Assuming you don't die with me. I'm
We'll
sure.
avoid that.
I'm sure we'll be
let's-
fine.
We're not even at the most dangerous part of this yet.
I prefer to sort of lampshade these things before I go too deep into the jungle. It helps me kind of get focused. And
How many days from
Feels
retirement are you, Adlar?
oh, I was going to retire today actually,
Oh, wow.
but you guys called me out for one last job. I couldn't resist.
I just got a bad feeling in the center of my
You-
gut.
You just had to raise that flag.
Did you use the bathroom before we left?
Yeah, I think the gumbo I had last night isn't sitting with me.
Oh, brother,
Barnaby,
what
aren't
I-
you,
better
That's
be
what I
careful.
get for eating 5-day-old gumbo.
You better be
aren't you
careful. with
getting
that
married
leopard
when we get back from this?
Aren't
Oh,
I getting what?
That's right. I have.
I should.
I have a wedding to attend. My bride to be. We have loved each other since we were very young. Nearly a century now. We have been together.
Wow, that's a long time. That's a lot of build-up.
I keep forgetting that you guys don't live quite that long. It's
Let me ask you
I
this:
guess that's
are
sort of-
you 100 in actual or not alien? What's this world called again? Vergosian years, or is it? Do you use those silly elf years they use in the Midlands to make themselves sound older than they are?
okay. Listen,
I have my
Our
answer. Thank you
calendar-
very much.
our calendar has existed for millennia. Okay.
Okay, and it is used everywhere that you are from and nowhere else.
We'll talk more about this when we get back. Rest assured. Now I have to live. I have to get the last word on this one. We're going to talk at length about. Where's your friend?
Aloran comes out of the forest, and she looks a little sad. Which you guys can't tell.
Were we too close? Should I have led them further away? If you need to go, still we can move up.
Couldn't find any toilet paper?
It's fine. If I have a rash later, I know why. Probably should have asked.
Yeah, you probably should have.
The fuzzy leaves look soft, but don't use them.
Well, shit.
There's no seaweed here.
God damn it.
All right, well, let's keep going.
And I will say that once it's not like early morning and it's just like morning, Aloran will stop with her little beef shenanigans.
Okay. I'll say probably another half an hour passes before you guys notice a significant change in your environment. You're not super far out from Gladham at this point, but you are now starting to see that the land is beginning to sort of steadily rise and start to snake a little bit more through the jungle, starting to bend and curve, where before it had been a pretty straight shot over even ground. And you can definitely get the sense that you're now starting to head up into, the hills at the foots of the mountains on the island. And at this point, Aloran, the sun is now relatively high in the sky. You can see through the canopy that the sky has shifted from that sunset hue of pastel pinks and golds to a solid blue. And unfortunately, no sign of jaguars trailing you as you glance over your shoulder, watching your jerky trail kind of fade into the brush behind you. And so,
Aloran is very solemn now, walking.
discouraged.
Just kicking stones.
Starting to trail a little bit.
Yeah.
That rash getting to you that bad?
I don't want to talk about it.
I can probably help, although I don't necessarily think I should touch. Should a healing word, you think, would help? Burberry will ask,
It's okay.
as I imagine he would.
Probably right.
I'll be okay.
Well, just say the word and I can offer some assistance.
Thank you.
And so, another hour passes. The air around you is beginning to grow hot. The bugs are beginning to come out in force. The land is growing rockier and more uneven as you climb, though the road itself remains fairly constant, slowly winding its way uphill.
Can I also, while we're walking around, can I be like looking for spider stuff?
Mm.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I'll say give me another perception check.
I was just like, oh wait, that's probably a good thing to looking for.
I will say this will be at disadvantage, excuse me. Oh, Cat's listening.
Hey, we have a viewer.
Hey, Cat, if you ever feel the need to correct my Burberry play, please don't hesitate to chime in. I'm going to use all my spell slots right now just to cure your rash, Aloran. I promise you, we'll make sure that you're in tip-top shape before we get into the jungle.
I can't join.
For the record, you're doing fine.
I'm still working on the accent, but
Yeah, no, you're good.
dope. All right, cool. I'm going to spend all the spell slots now to cure Aloran's bottom rash.
I mean, if I did spells are good for STDs. No, sorry, kidding. But no, you're doing good. You got this.
Dope.
We are sorry you're not feeling well, Kat.
It's not like an actual sickness or anything. It's just I had a really bad moment of dissociation, and I imagined that playing somebody else probably wasn't the best idea.
That's fair.
Or not.
Fair.
That's fair.
But
Well.
yeah, good job, everybody. I'll be listening in just so I don't miss anything.
Okay.
Right
You
on.
know, if I hear anything that's absolutely like, oh god, then I'll pop it.
Sounds good.
Right on. I will be ready to surrender the character if you do decide to join. So, but yeah,
Okay.
I won't use all your spell slots. I promise.
I mean,
Unless I have to.
I've done stupider shit, so
I'm going to take off my hat and robes, and you will all see.
Finally.
yeah, he's actually been hiding like a fucking 18-inch dick this whole time.
That's what the rope's for.
The robe parts, and with a thump, Burberry emerges.
Wonder how many the gods had to take from to make that one.
His long, writhing body uncoiling from beneath the robes.
Oh god.
Turgid.
There you go.
That was awful.
4 feet long. Anyways, I'm getting way offhand here.
Yes.
Back to the boring walk through the woods. So, Lauren, you were saying something about
I rolled a
Spider
13.
13. Okay.
We're looking for spider stones.
I would say, offhand, this close to the road, you're not noticing a whole lot of either webbing anywhere or dead spiders of any sort. Like no real serious evidence of anything spider related along the road here. Um, Again, lots of birds. Some monkeys are visible. It's very colorful, very lively.
Are any of the monkeys following me? Is it my monkey friend companion?
You are in a pretty different stretch of the island here.
Lauren's just having a
These
little bit.
these are going from these are not the big black spider monkeys of yore. These are smaller, like kind of capuchin looking guys. They got like the white face and the little curly tail, a little more compact. But they are curiously watching you guys as you walk under their trees. Until, Aloran, as you are watching the monkeys overhead, forlornly looking for signs of spiders and jaguars,
I see a jaguar.
one of them screeches, and the monkey swarm overhead scatters deep into the branches of its tree and disappears from view. You pause. You look around. You don't see anything. And you hear a twig snap off to your left. And you feel a sudden heady rush as you're met by this sort of vaporous cloud wafting out of the brush.
John immediately craps his pants.
Y'all have not seen this yet. This is just a Lord at the back of the pack, dilly-dallying, kicking rocks.
No, John heard a twig snap. He crapped his pants.
John has a big dookie in his pants. That's fine. So, Lord, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Ooh.
As you feel your senses begin to sort of fade, your balance begin to fall. 7. Ooh, fuck. And yeah, Aloran
Is unconscious.
You fall unconscious.
Oh shit.
Just with a sudden behind you. Burberry, I guess, to be the closest one to you, will hear Aloran hit the ground, turn around and be like, oh no! And point. Just as from the other side of the brush, a large furry shape comes bounding out. And I need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh, it's not a jaguar. It's one of other things. Damn it.
Dun dun dun.
This is what I get for putting the beef jerky.
So Lauren is 0 hit points unconscious right now? Is that what's going on?
No, she's at full hit points.
Oh, full. Okay.
But she is unconscious.
Okay. There's a very big difference between those two things.
Yeah. No, you are not at 0. Oh, whoops. Shit.
Noel's initiative is a 6. I will be at the back of the pack.
That is a 21.
Ooh, good,
Whew.
good.
21 for Barnaby. A 6 for Noel. A how much for Aloran again?
Oh, I have to roll, sorry. Just like, It is a 9.
A 9 for Aloran.
You guys aren't being super nice right now.
What was John again?
He hasn't said.
Oh,
16.
16. Okay. Adlar got a blub blub blub. Shit, where'd he go?
Come on, Adlar.
That. And then this fellow got a interesting. And Burberry also rolled very well. Okay. Okay. So at the top of the order, funnily enough, it is going to be Burberry. So, unfortunately, with the party's very low perception rolls to protect them, you are all currently surprised. But that will be Burberry pointing and alerting the party that Aloran has just fallen to the ground and something is diving out of the brush at her. So Barnaby, it is your turn next in the order.
Yep.
Unfortunately, you are also surprised.
Who?
To our furry creatures bounding out of the leaves.
Creatures? Uh-oh.
Yes. Well, one of them has already acted, so that was their surprise for the round. The other one is bounding at Aloran and is going to make a attack against her.
What is it?
Oh, yeah, good point. So what you see flying out of the brush to the left is a large quadrupedal feline-looking creature with a spotted coat and a mess of biting, snapping,
Damn it.
writhing snakes growing out of its
Yup.
back. So a 17, I believe, is going to hit Aloran. Yep. Okay. So, given that you are unconscious, I believe that makes this a crit since you are incapacitated as a result. So you are going to take. Where's my dice? A whopping. God damn it. 6 damage.
Whoa there.
Whoa. And its second attack is going to be rolls, I think. So that'll be a 21 to hit, and that'll be another. Actually, it is another 6 damage. 1s and 2s. This is a little less impressive than I hoped it would be. So, that's the creature's turn. John, it is your turn. You were surprised, as is Adlar, as is Aloran, as is Noel. Everyone is rounding, looking, and seeing Aloran has fallen to the ground. This giant cat covered in snakes has just bounced on top of her and is now just tearing into her. Somehow not doing a very effective job. It looks like it's more focused on the bag that's like at her side, really, and she's more getting scratched, like as just kind of a incidental.
The meat scraps.
This thing is like heavily salivating, trying to get at her jerky bag. So we're gonna go back to the top of the order with Burberry, and I think Burberry's play is going to be to wake you the fuck up, Aloran. So we're going to use, I believe, a healing word as a bonus action. Am I wrong there?
No, that's correct.
Okay. So that is a D4 plus spellcasting, which is what is Burberry's? A 3. So, Aloran, you're going to wake up, Max, with 7 hit points. Oh, wait. You're not actually damaged, are you?
No, she was damaged.
Oh, wait,
She
you're
just
right.
got damaged.
Yeah, I just got full damage.
That's right. Okay, no, I'm like, wait, she's unconscious. Wait, no, she's still at full. No, wait, she got damaged.
Well,
And yeah, the damage would have woken her up, I guess. So that would have topped you off,
Oh.
I guess, from the damage you took. Yeah. So Aloran is awake.
but she was prone.
And she is prone. So Burberry will use a healing word to heal you, and then I'm pretty confident that he can cast Cantrip as an action if he's used a healing word.
I think so.
Am I tripping out there? Am I wrong?
I think you are correct, but normally whenever you're using, or whenever you're waking up someone, it takes an action to wake them up.
Right.
Well,
right.
Lauren woke up from the damage, so that's all taken care of.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
then yes, that is the thing he can do.
Okay, so that will require Sacred Flame. We'll see, is that a dex save? And the creature rolled really fucking shit. That is actually a failure. So he will take a fat D8 of damage. Where's my D8s? No. They're there. 5 damage.
Start.
Good start. So we are at left. And I think Burberry will probably back up behind Barnaby at the minimum, just to get some distance, because he is not necessarily a front range guy, is he? So he'll be behind Barnaby next to John. So top of the order now is Barnaby. It's your turn.
Spooked me. I grabbed my gun.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna pew
Pew pew.
at the one that just bit.
Okay.
Alright, so let's roll some damage. Or let's roll a hit. Is 12 plus 8 for 20.
20
To hit. Yep.
definitely hits.
Alright. That is gonna be. That's gonna be 8 damage in total.
8 total.
Yep.
Poor buddy. So hurt, so wounded. All he wanted was jerky. Righty. 8 damage. Anything else?
I think I'm gonna get between, or try and get between me and the bag. Try and shoo him off.
Okay, so Barnaby's gonna rush up next to Aloran and start just like, yeah, get off. Fucking
Get on out of here.
swinging at this thing. Okay. That will take us to the creature. The creature right in front of you, Barnaby, is going to open its mouths, many mouths, plural, wide, hissing and screeching. And you will see this misty vapor out of these mouths into the air around you. And extend in a 30-foot cone over you and the party behind you. I will need everyone to roll a Constitution saving throw.
We all fail. The entire party's unconscious, and we all get eaten.
Noel failed.
End of story.
Well, Burberry rolled a nat 20,
That's good.
and Adlar rolled a 1.
I live 19.
Hey! So Noel is asleep, Adlar is asleep.
Type of check.
Well, actually, Adlar would have advantage on this,
Constitution.
because he's an elf. He still rolled a 6. He's asleep.
I got an 18.
Okay, you are still conscious.
John
Well,
got a non-natural 20.
Okay, John is still conscious.
I thought it was impossible to make elves go to sleep. Maybe.
They have advantage against effects that make them go to sleep, I believe.
I'm pretty sure elves can't be put to sleep.
Is it
I thought
immune?
it was
Yeah, I think they're
immunity.
immune to sleeping magic.
Let's see here.
Good catch, Cat.
I know, because I could never knock the two of you out back in Avon when you were all elves.
Magic can't put you to sleep. But is this magic?
But sleeping gas.
Good question.
It is just a sleepy gas.
Turns out it's their natural farts.
I'd be inclined to say it's not necessarily magic. I did give him advantage on it though, regardless, and he still failed. So we're gonna say Adlar feels this vapor. He's like, ah, fuck, and just fucking boom, hits the ground behind John. So that will be that creature. However, bounding out of the grass on the other side of the road, where the first misty cone issued from Aloran, is a second creature, which comes flying out of the foliage and throws itself at the unconscious Noel in the midst of the party.
No.
Yes! Yes!
I might take damage.
That's a hit. So that's 17 plus 7.
And a crit.
Yep. So the bite will... Oh my fucking god. You take 5 damage from the bite.
Owie.
This is bullshit. And that's another 17 plus 7. Give me... Yeah, there's the numbers. All right. That's 11 plus 3. So 14 damage from the claws.
Noelle is bloodied.
I've done it. I've hit
Do
her.
not have much health.
So that will take us to John. So John, you are 10 feet from Noelle, who is unconscious. Well, not unconscious. She's now awake and being mauled on the ground.
So basically, almost everybody's
Oh,
unconscious.
actually, that wouldn't have been a crit because you would have been awake, wouldn't you have?
What are you talking about?
So it would have been the first roll, I guess. Oh, yeah, right. You're right. So half the dice damage.
It would have. Yeah. So take that back down to 7 damage
7. Okay.
instead of 14. Okay. So Noelle got dizzy. She fell over, and no sooner had she hit the ground than this thing comes bounding out of the leaves, just swinging and biting at her. And she wakes up immediately, kicking and fighting for her life to get this thing off of her. So there is one on Noelle, 10 feet from you, and then another. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. So another 10 feet further. There is the one bearing down on Lauren.
John's gonna.
Adlar's unconscious.
Okay, John's gonna rage.
Okay.
And then he is going to I guess the best way to put it would be hockey strike with his glaive at the thing on top of Noelle.
Okay. Slap shot.
He's gonna slap shot the crap. He's gonna slap shot the crap out of this thing with his glaive.
Okay. So are you wanting to damage it, or are you wanting to shove it off of her?
Can I do both?
If you have 2 attacks.
Damn it. Next level.
All right.
I guess I'll do damage.
All right. So go ahead and roll to hit. I like how he runs past Noelle to get to the one on Lauren.
Didn't I say I'm the one on top of Noelle?
He said the one he's...
No, he's attacking.
Is it Noelle?
Yeah, he's not.
Oh.
He's helping Noelle
sorry.
at the moment.
I misheard.
I was like, I thought I said the one on top of Noelle.
You even hear the names backwards split.
It's really fucked up.
That would be...
Oh wait, no, I won't say my inappropriate joke.
That'd be a non-natural 20.
Okay, that'll hit.
I'll just put it in cross.
And then that is the... Is it 1d10 plus... 6, so that would be 13 damage.
I couldn't hear that.
15.
13.
13. Gotcha. All right, so that's going to be... Wow. Well, they actually have the same amount of health right now. All right, so that is 13 on him. Adlar is currently unconscious behind you. Do you want to move or do anything else with your turn, or is that's your bonus action and action, right?
Can I put myself in between the... Right now I'm in between the creatures and Adlar, right?
Yeah, Adlar's behind you on the ground.
Okay, I'll stay where I'm at then.
Yeah, Noelle is right in front of you with the creature on her. So Adlar's unconscious. He's not doing anything on his turn. Lauren, you are currently prone on the ground with this thing attacking you. What do you want to do?
It takes an action to stand up, right?
It takes half your movement. So as long as you've got 15 feet of movement, you can stand up.
Okay. I will stand up. I'll use my bonus action to turn into a bear, and then I will attack.
Right on. All right. So, Bear Lauren appears before the party and takes her turn. Go ahead and roll to hit.
So for the bite, that is a 15.
15 to hit. That will hit.
I'm just gonna roll both of the damn.
That's fine.
And the other one is a miss.
Okay.
Damage.
11 total?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll take this down to there. Okay. So that's action, bonus action, and movement. You good? That'll take us to Noelle, who's also prone, with a large cat wreathed in snakes bearing down on her. What would you like to do?
Well, I'll stand back up too.
Okay.
I will cast Mirror Image,
Okay.
and I will back up behind Adlar, I guess.
Okay. Backing up without disengaging will cue an opportunity attack.
Let's hope he hits
So this-
one of my fakes.
Let's hope. The snakes lash out at you with a 14 to hit.
That exactly hits one of... Well, okay. It's weird. So that hits one of the fakes, but it wouldn't actually hit Noelle if he does make it through. Because the fakes
Are the
AC is
do they have
14.
a lower AC?
Yeah, the fakes AC is 14 and Noelle's is 15.
Oh, weird. Why are they lower?
It just says 10 plus dex.
Oh, that's super weird. Okay.
So he actually technically can't hit. But I
You-
guess if I roll low, it's better here. That's weird. Well, he gets rid of one of the fakes.
All right. Well, that's one fake. A snake clamps down on it, and with a the vapor composing it dissipates, and she fades away. He looks very frustrated.
3 Noels flip him off as they run past.
Okay. That will take us to top of the order, Burberry. So Burberry back up behind Barnaby. Noelle has now backed up behind.
I'm technically
Where,
at the front of the group.
So okay, you're where Adlar is then.
Yeah, basically.
Right. And Barnaby's up by where Aloran is. So that means that Burberry, I believe, is
Like
really close to the one that John is fighting at this point. So he is going to... We could cast a spell. Do we want to use spells yet? This is an important question. How is Noelle looking? And Aloran's a bear now, so she looks fine, right?
Noelle is technically not bloodied now because of that crit removal, but still about 50-50-ish.
Okay. I guess Burberry will ask, just like, are you all right? Do you want some healing?
I'll be okay for the moment.
All right, then. And he'll turn back and unleash another sacred flame against the creature. Who rolls? God, they're rolling garbage. That was a 2 plus their dex, so they're going to take another d8. Thankfully, it's only 1. Yay, creature. You can do it. I believe in you. So that's down 1 point. Burberry will also back up next to you and look down and think, oh, I could have woken him up. Oops. He'll kind of like jostle Adlar with his foot. It's like, come on.
Actually, Burberry still can.
I believe it takes an action.
Oh, it's
to
an action, yeah.
Wake up a creature. Yeah. That is unfortunate. I didn't think of that. Oh well. That will take us to Barnaby.
Since
Barnaby.
just bonus action attack him, it'll be fine.
Technically, wouldn't Barnaby's gun wake him
I was
up?
just thinking that.
Apparently, it's just if the creature takes damage or an action is used to wake them up.
Well, I'm gonna shoot that. Your breath stinks.
Oh, shoot it while also making sure it's a loud bang that'll wake up Adlar.
I'll put in a little extra gunpowder.
You're like trying to load the gun while you're wrestling with this fucking leopard creature.
Some skill right there.
Gunpowder going everywhere.
Right, you thing. Get a
All
taste of this. I shoot.
All right, roll to hit.
Let's see. That might not hit. That is a 13.
13 just meets it.
Oh, all right.
That'll do it.
Is damage wise. Ooh, I got a 9 plus 4, 13.
13. Very nice.
13
All right.
all around.
That is a good amount of damage. Do you want to move? Do you have any bonus actions?
Hmm. I think I'm going to use one of my paid gifts. Take
Okay.
the help action,
All right.
and I'm going to spite this thing right here.
Okay.
Until the start of my next turn, the first time I or the target of my help action hits a creature with an attack roll.
So
that
you're
creature
gonna.
has disadvantage on the next attack roll that it makes within the next minute.
So you're helping a Lauren who is right next to you, right?
Yes.
Anytime you use an attack on a creature.
I'm basically going to be distracting it while I'm wrestling.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah, Aloran, you will have you will be imposing disadvantage on this creature with your next attack.
Yes.
That will take us to the creature and his other creature compatriot. The one wrestling with you, Barnaby, does not appreciate that gunshot. He is
I
going
bet you don't.
to lash out with his bite. That's a miss. And now with his snakes, which lunge over his shoulders at you. And that is a 22.
Yeah, that's going to hit.
That hits. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
All right. That is a 12.
12 just meets it.
I'm getting too lucky today.
So you're going to take 6 piercing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then you are also going to take from the snakes an additional 14 poison damage, but halved.
Six,
Since
or
you were
7.
yes. And John, you'll be facing a similar onslaught as you are wrapped up with your snake leopard. The bite is going to be a 18 to hit. Which I believe hits John.
I think that
Yep.
hits John.
That hits John. And then the snakes are a natural 20.
Noel will cast silvery barbs.
No! You monster.
Whew.
Give me, damn it. All right. 18. Undoing my crits. I already don't like this spell.
And Aloran, you have advantage on your next attack.
So, John needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Be right back real quick, Clark.
All right.
16.
16. Okay, so that's a success. You are going to take 8 plus 14 piercing and slashing damage, or just piercing damage, excuse me. So that'll be halved by your resistance down to 7. And then you're going to take a pretty good roll here. That is 22 poison damage, halved by your success, which will make it 11. And that will be their turn, I believe. That will bring us to John. It is your turn now.
Well, John just got a smack in the face. He's going to very angrily stare at the one that just smacked him and smack it back.
Do it.
That would be a 14 to hit.
14 will hit.
Woo. I was scared there.
13. 13 is what you need.
Okay. Damage, that would be 11.
11 damage. Big hit. All right. That'll take us down to there. Any bonus actions? Movement? All good?
Am I surrounded by both of them now, or looking at both of them straight on, or what?
It is just the one that attacked Noel that you are currently contending with. And Noel and Burberry are both behind you, next to Adlar, who is unconscious still. Up ahead of you, you can see Barnaby and Bear Lauren are wrapped up with the first creature.
I will stay where I'm at then.
All right, then. Adlar remains unconscious. Aloran, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm going to attack the creature.
Okay.
With advantage.
You have advantage, and your first hit will impose disadvantage.
22 for the first one.
22 hits.
Do I get advantage on this one as well? The second attack? Just the
No.
first attack?
The chosen creature has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw they make within 1 minute. So, no, John, not the second one.
Okay, so, and then the second one, oh, it's okay, it's a 17.
So they both hit.
They both hit.
Okay.
So, the first one will be another 11 damage.
Whew.
Second one is 18 damage.
18?
Oh, sorry, 14.
Sorry about that. I am now there.
I was like, holy shit.
14. Not bad.
Yeah, this creature looks fucking horrible. Just between the gunshots and the sudden bear, it is in terrible shape. It is just covered in blood and gash marks and gunshots, bleeding profusely on the road. Still standing, but not looking good. Any bonus actions? Nada. Alright, just double checking. That will probably take us to Noel then.
Probably.
Yep, you're at the end of the order.
Okay. Do we actually, out of character, do we actually have any idea where Adlar is in the initiative order at this point, or has he just been unconscious the whole time?
Adlar's been unconscious the entire combat. So I don't know that in character anyone would know his initiative. Not that anyone
That's
really
true.
knows that. But you do know that he has been unconscious and he is lying right next to you.
Okay.
You and Burberry.
I'll use my action to wake him up. Just give him a little
Oh, he's just like,
Get
oh
up.
gods, are we dead?
3 Noels, smack him in the face.
Pa, 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 pa. Yeah, he blinks and comes to, kind of dazed, very, very confused. Is it gone? Did we kill it?
Not yet. We found the not jaguars.
He just kind of looks up. He's like, oh, fuck. Oh, he starts standing up.
And then bonus
any
action,
actions?
I will inspire John. What makes more sense? John's got really good con saves. Barnaby and I assume a bear has a pretty good con save too. I will give Adlar inspiration.
Oh. He feels inspired by your
By me
assistance.
smacking him in the face.
What a woman. All right, cool. Action, bonus action done.
Yep.
That'll take us back to the top of the order with Burberry. And Burberry will let loose that Sacred Flame. It's been working against the frontmost creature, who is looking very, very rough. I've got you guys. And the creature rolls a 1. That's another D8.
Come on, Max.
He is still breathing,
Damn it.
though. I'm trying. There's just all these little throughout the battle as Burberry unleashes these blasts, slowly whittling them down. Barnaby, it is your turn.
All right.
That creature is looking really rough. Like, horrible shape. And it's starting to like back off a little bit. It's kind of pacing. The back is arched. The snakes are all kind of poised in a threat display. But one eye is like swollen shut, bleeding, like pouring down the side of its face. It's like a horribly mangled creature. It is not in good shape.
Go out and say, "Go on, get!" in a loud voice.
Okay. The creature goes.
Try and intimidate it.
All right. Is that all you want to do on your turn?
I mean, do I get an intimidation roll? I'd like to intimidate it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, go for it.
That is a 15 plus 1, 16.
16. You just raise your arms like, get on, get. Creature, like snakes and cat all at once are just hissing angrily, sputtering blood. It, on its turn, is going to attempt to back away as it's watching both you and the bear in front of it, and it backs towards the...
Doesn't that get opportunity attack?
It's up to you. Do you want to take one?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the creature's like backing up, watching you, and then you see the eyes kind of flicker for a second, and it like darts off to the side, like he's going to dash. He's just going to try and book it and run as hard and fast as he can. And Aloran, seeing this, takes a wide swing with the paw. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Does a 14 hit?
14 will hit.
This is a claws. Wait, no, claws is... I just rolled max damage.
Jesus.
So, that's a 16.
So this creature is like backing up, just bleeding, panting, like hissing. It's looking for an opening. It's watching. It's waiting. It thinks it sees one and immediately lunges to the side. And Aloran, you're too quick for it. You reach out with a big fucking bear arm, and just boom, clothesline it across the fucking neck. Keep swinging and just down into the dirt with a crunch. And the whole thing, snakes writhing on its back, just falls still and silent as blood begins to pool in the muddy dirt around you.
You hear a crack and the head just rolls off.
Yeah.
Fucking fake ass jaguars. Yeah, the one next to John is going to catch sight of this over its shoulder and very angrily take a swing at John and a bite. So the first attack is going to be a 16 to hit John, which I believe hits. Yes. And the snakes are going to be yeah, that'll hit too. That's an 18. So I need the Constitution saving throw, John. Oof.
Constitution savings. I know. Breaking Manos is 18.
18, that's a success. All right. So you're going to take 11 piercing, halved down to 5. And then you're going to take 23 poison, halved down to 11.
So 16 damage.
16 total. So this thing takes 2 big swings at you and then immediately tries to run away into the woods, seeing its ally is now dead on the ground. So if you would like to make an opportunity. Yes, you do.
Yeah. Okay, give me a second. Oh, that was so close to being a crit. Dang it. That would be a 25 to hit.
25. That'll definitely hit. And it will not run away, as that is your sentinel strike, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. He's not going anywhere.
That is 10 damage.
10 damage. This creature attempts a similar move, kind of backing off after it strikes and darting to the side, but you, following Aloran's example, swing wide with the glaive, catching it under its arms and slamming it into the ground where it scrambles to get back on its feet, dislodging itself from the blade. Adlar, who is now standing behind you, gives a small whistle. It's like, damn, that was good. John, it is your turn now.
Should it still not finish off?
Nope, it is still standing.
I'm gonna swing for the heavens and try to cut his head off.
All right. Roll to hit.
Crap, I don't think it hit. That's an 11.
11 will not hit, unfortunately.
Wait,
It is too low.
no. Sorry, 11. It's not 11, it's 12.
12 still won't hit.
Dang it.
Sorry to say.
I guess I whiffed.
Any movement or bonus actions?
No, I'm still the tank, I guess. Stay where I'm at.
Alrighty. So following up your opportunity attack, you take another swing, but this time he's ready. He kind of like leaps over the blade away from you, trying to avoid your strike. Adlar, however, will kind of step up behind you, level his bow at the creature, and unload a single arrow for a nat 20. Hey. So that is going to deal a chunk of damage. He is going to take 2d8 plus 2 more d8, thanks to Colossus Slayer and the crit, which will deal 16 plus 13,
Whew.
29. Holy
Jesus.
shit. I got 8876 on that one.
Wow.
That was really fucking good. So that's 29 plus 4, which would be 33.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Adlar finally gets a chance to participate in the fight, and in one fell swoop, lands an arrow in the eye of this creature, and it just thump, falls over. Okay. He looks around, looks at the party. Everyone all right?
I know I was gonna
Yep, just fine.
look in the forest to see if there's any others.
Yeah, give me a
John's
perception check.
just looking at his like half hanging arms. bloody as all fuck. Yo, I could use some healing.
Natural 20 for that perception check.
Natural 20.
So 25.
Scanning the forest intently, looking for some sign of additional attackers. Listening carefully. It's quiet right now. You do know there is very little wildlife calling out as it had been earlier today. It sounds as though your combat on the road has scattered, the birds and monkeys and other creatures in the bush. And listening in that silence, there is no sound of movement. There is no sign of passage through the brush or the branches. It is still and quiet. And you are now fairly confident that it is just you and these two dead creatures laying in the road.
I'll drop mirror image.
Okay.
Is there anything worth harvesting off of these things, Adlar?
Well, it's not a jaguar, but it certainly looks like one. The pelt is worth a decent amount.
That sounds like it would take a while.
Are they venomous?
Oh, yes. The snakes are. I don't much truck with poison myself, though it tends to ruin meat. So, if you are interested, by all means. Probably. Okay. Do you have a poisoner's kit on you?
I don't believe so, no. I think this would be like more of a scientific interest more than a actual like for use thing.
Fair.
So knowing it, like, just to make my life easier, Burberry will probably just cut off one of the snakes and just take the whole thing.
That's fine. You just like coil up a fucking dead snake and take it with you. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You just take hold of one of the dead snakes. I will say, as you kind of approach, a couple of them kind of like lurch and let out like a low hiss as kind of air seems to be escaping the body. And just kind of watching for a moment, you see this seems to be happening with most of the snakes on the backs. They're just kind of occasionally twitching and allowing their last gasps of air out of the body. The leopard has fallen completely still. In both cases, they are very dead. So once you're feeling confident that this thing is not going to jump out and bite you, take hold of one of the snakes, just start fucking sawing through and take hold of it, wrap it up, maybe tie it with some twine. You've got like a nice little snake loop.
Hang on, I gotta check on the pups again. I'll be right back.
They're
Alright.
cats, Barnaby. I was asking Adlar, do each of the snakes have a brain? How do these things work?
Shit, I am not entirely sure.
And they can burp chloroform?
They breathe something. It's not something they can do frequently. They will generally open an attack with this breath of theirs.
I mean, it
But,
worked. Knocked me right out.
Oh, it got me too. I was not ready for that. But they are, as you've seen, quite potent. I don't know. I don't know how they work. I generally do my best to avoid these when I can. They are quite dangerous, and I'm not confident I would survive an encounter on my own. They do like to hunt in pairs,
That makes sense.
which is kind of cute, but also really bad for us.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, if there's not something that's quick to harvest beyond one of those snakes that Burberry grabbed,
If you want a tooth or something,
I-
you could snap a tooth out. Just keepsake.
Mm.
I might actually. They'll actually lean down and grab hold of one of the canines and just start jimmying with it in the fucking mouth, just trying to wrench it out. Just give me a second here. Kunk. He pulls out the root, the bloody, pulpy fucking thing, wraps it up in some cloth and something. Souvenir. So, I guess you haul these off the road and keep going.
Yeah.
Unless we need to take a moment to collect ourselves.
I think I'll be okay for the moment.
How's the bear? You okay over there?
I need healing.
What was that, Johnny?
What did you expect?
I just wanted to hear it. Yeah, you're looking a little rough there, buddy. Why am I in charge of the two healers?
Adlar's a healer?
I might be able to... Adlar knows a little bit of healing. I've got some stuff that could be useful. He'll look over to the rest of the party and he'll ask, how do we want to proceed here? As I say, I have a little bit, not a lot.
I get the sense that you are more focused on your arrows in combat than healing.
I tend to prefer skills and abilities that allow me to hunt better. Yes, but I do know one trick. I have one that I can use in a pinch if someone is injured. But I do not have a lot of magic at my disposal. So if it is wiser to ration this thing, should we rest or should we be expending other resources?
Lauren will go ahead and turn out of the bear, and she will go and heal
John,
because I don't really use my spell slots anyways.
Okay.
How much am I getting healed?
I'm not sure because I never heal, so I don't.
Are you using cure wounds?
Probably, yeah, cure wounds.
it's a D8 plus your wisdom modifier.
Plus my wisdom modifier?
Yep. And if you use a slot above first, it's another D8. So it's up to you.
How low of health are you?
Below half.
Well, I'm gonna do the
I
two.
need.
That's an 8 plus a 5. 13 plus my wisdom.
Yeah.
Yep.
So 16 health.
16 health, John.
Okay, that puts me at the 42. Okay. That puts me back close to. Not quite full, but pretty close.
Okay.
If you need a top off, don't hesitate to say so.
Well, I'm at 42 out of 57 if I had to put it in empirical numbers.
It's very specific. Thank you, John. Okay, well. Anything else you guys want to do with the dead creatures?
I assume we'll
The
have
Commandant.
the beefy boys just kind of toss them off the road so they're not
That's fair.
attracting predators.
Find where the nuts are and kick them. Just to get for ambushing.
Only
That's
one of
our-
them has a
that's
set
a-
of nuts, but you
That's
can
our
keep them if
stick.
you choose.
Whoosh.
So you kick the one pair of nuts on the Commandants and then continue on your way.
John feels a lot better after that.
So we're almost at 10. Do we want to take a break here? Or do we want to carry onward?
How far... Do we have any sense of how far till we have to divert off of the path?
So what you were told was if you move at a normal pace, is what they said, you'll probably reach the turnoff by like afternoon,
And we were doing a
moving
fast pace
faster.
for the first like 3 hours.
Moving faster, it'll be sooner than that. And you've been on the road for like an hour and a half at this point.
I think it's been at least 2 hours because you did say an
Has it
hour
been 2
passed
hours?
at least twice in your description.
Okay, that's fair. So it's been a couple hours since 7. It's like 9 in the morning at this point.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Got my paw to watch over the pups.
No worries.
Okay.
For just deliberating whether to take our break now or
I'd say
continue.
just do it now. We're close.
Okay.
That as well.
So reconvene by 9:55.
Okie dokie.
Be back online by 10.
All right,
Sounds good.
All right.
go on break.
return
All
the
right, we're
thingy
good. We're back. Let's continue adventuring, shall we?
back on the
Please.
road, leaving behind the slaughtered bodies of your prey, delving deeper into the jungle, continuing at a fast pace. It's a fairly quiet few hours from this point forward. The jungle around you is not terribly eager to draw near such violence, to the smell of blood, to the sounds of battle. And there's definitely a noticeable lack of bird calls and movement in your vicinity as you carry onward throughout the morning. So an hour passes, then a second, then a third. And eventually, you guys find yourselves sort of leveling out. The slopes begin to give way to gentle rising and falling as you kind of climb over gentle ridges. Looking through the canopy overhead, here and there the gaps are wide enough between the leaves that you can see on either side distant mountains rising up out of the jungle. Flocks of birds flying in the distance, flitting between trees. It's all very picturesque, very scenic. It's very hot, I will say. The deeper you go into this jungle, the hotter and the more humid it becomes. The sun rising with every hour. It's turning into a bit of a slog, this trek. But by the end of this 3-hour trek from your encounter, you have not encountered any further predators or any further dangerous animals, and you do finally catch sight of the first major landmark that you were told to keep watch for. As you're kind of cresting another low ridge in the jungle, you see in the trees, kind of off to the left, northward, there are here and there a handful of 3 to 4 foot tall stacks of flat, rounded stones, almost like they'd been dredged from a riverbed and piled up here. They're heavily overgrown with moss and ivy and vines. And as you kind of draw even with them, you can see that while they're in places kind of obscured by twisting tree branches and brush, as you kind of like twist your head to kind of get the right angle, you can see that there is a sort of faint pattern to their placement, sort of a semi-regular spacing, like an 8-foot gap almost between 2 long twisting rows of these standing stones, kind of marking a very faint trail that just winds and vanishes into the distant northern jungle. Adlar will kind of glance down at the page in his hand that you handed him, Noel, and look back to you and say, this looks like the place.
It does. I was going to propose, once we got here and we knew where our next stop was, that we would take a short rest.
It's not a bad idea.
Just to make sure everybody's ready to go.
Guess it wouldn't hurt.
All right, well, truth be told, I'm feeling okay, so I'm more than happy to keep watch if some of you need to take a breather.
I would like to bandage my arms a little bit, so.
Oh yeah, you did get pretty badly bit there, huh?
Yeah.
I'm surprised I did not notice in 3 hours.
So what time of day is it now?
Judging by the sun, and kind of the movement of the shadows over the course of the past few hours, you're getting pretty close to noon.
Oh, okay, that's a pretty good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Noel's gonna take a short rest if nobody has any objections.
I'll join in the short rest.
Okay. Burberry will probably just kind of take a seat next to you, and
Does Burberry need the
sheepishly.
short rest? Because they could help with perception then.
I can definitely keep watch too. I was going to ask if you wanted any help with your arms.
Oh, I am okay. I'm just going to use some hit dice.
Fair enough. Just kicking myself for not realizing you were badly injured for 3 hours.
It's all right, Burberry.
So, yeah, Burberry and Adlar will keep watch here. If anyone else wants to roll a perception check, they are welcome to. Alrighty, so Burberry gets a 16, and Adlar will get an 18.
Pretty good.
It's not bad. I would say as you're sort of sitting and tending to your wounds, after about 20 minutes, Adlar will stand up and kind of snap for your attention. I think I hear something. And he kind of points off into the woods to the south, on the other side of the road from this passage. And listening, you can definitely hear the sound of distant rustling branches growing louder and louder. And underneath that rustling, there is a somewhat thunderous sound of pounding, trampling feet. And suddenly, from the brush beside the road bursts an entire horde of enormous boars, pouring through the underbrush across the road, squealing and reeing. And they don't look super happy. They are now charging through the midst of your camp, sort of totally disregarding the presence of any other creatures here. What is the reaction from the party as this sudden wall of squealing bristles appears?
I would try to get out of the way. If there's a tree branch I could climb onto, maybe.
You want to just hoist yourself up into a tree?
Yep.
John saw it exactly. GTFO.
Fair enough.
Barnaby looks excited as he starts climbing up a tree as well. He's like, if you shoot one, we can get some good eating tonight. Haven't seen a hog run like this in years.
Okay, sure. I will say, for those of you who are hauling yourself into a tree, let's get an athletics check to quickly make this climb. Adlar, for his part, I think is going to probably roll over the back of his rock and just kind of like flatten himself against the ground and try to hide.
Out of 21.
21.
Natural one.
Okay. Oh, no.
Couldn't have made it a fucking acrobatics check.
It's not like you're doing a backflip.
What if I backflip into the tree?
This is all lats,
21.
buddy. This is all like hard upper body strength.
21.
21.
Can I see that that Noelle's having a hard time and offer to help her since I got such a good one?
I suppose.
Hoist her up.
I would say this is one of your bonus action helps.
Yeah.
Just doing this quickly.
Yep.
So yeah, Barnaby immediately just like reaches up, pulls himself up, and kind of wraps his legs around the tree, kind of swings back down, and like reaches for your hand. Noelle, you're kind of struggling to lift yourself off the ground. So we'll say he's giving you advantage with this.
Okay.
What was your roll, Lauren, by the way?
It was a 12.
A 12. Okay.
Still not great. 9.
Oof.
I only have a +1, so
Yeah, that's rough. Okay. Somehow, I don't know how Burberry manages to roll a 19.
damn.
+1, which is 20. So yeah, Burberry somehow clambers into a tree. Maybe kind of just running and scampering up from the ground instead of like doing a full body kind of pull up. Unfortunately, Noelle and Aloran are just a hair too slow with those rolls. You guys are going to take a little bit of damage as these boars are charging through the camp. That is going to be, let's see, a D6 and a D6 plus just one. Okay. Oof. So you will each actually take 10 damage
Jesus.
as you are battered and slashed by tusks and hooves from these things rushing through the encampment. Over all of this, you will hear Adlar crying out from behind his rock. Oh, fuck! As he also failed to successfully hide himself and is also taking 10 damage. And yeah, the boars are just charging through the camp in one kind of mass. Nobody is engaging with these, just kind of letting them pass. And
I'll take a shot once I get up.
Oh, okay, all right.
I said they're good eating.
Yeah, sure. Barnaby, you want to take that shot? Go ahead and roll to hit.
And for one that looks real juicy. And
I feel like it'd be hard to miss.
Go ahead and roll.
Well, he might. That's a 13.
13 is just enough to hit.
Whew.
That'll do it.
I've been a little sad.
You
hit the only non-boar area in the massive boars somehow.
That is 12 damage total, 8 plus 4.
12 damage is also just enough to drop a boar in one shot.
Wow. I'm getting weird looking tonight.
And yeah, there is a loud "ree" from the midst of the boars, and as the little herd scampers off into the forest, you do see there is one lone bristly lump laying among the undergrowth, completely still.
We eating good tonight.
All right. And it's quiet now. You guys are, it seems, fairly safe. The boars have clambered on their way northward, charging into the jungle, their sound fading from your perception.
Do we see anything in the distance from where they were coming? Like any big trees moving or anything?
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
It's not. 14. That's not
14?
terrible. It's just not above 10.
It's not great, sure. Yeah, as you're kind of picking yourself up off the ground and like dusting yourself off, and
I was in a tree. Thank you.
You tried.
Oh right, I did fall. Yeah, because of the 9.
Yeah, that was still a 9. Yeah, Barnaby tried to pull you up, but you got boom hit by those boars. Yeah, looking around, it's hard to say. You're maybe a little bit dizzy too, so it's not the clearest. Just kind of trying to get a sense of what drove that stampede necessarily. As far as you can tell, though, you're basically alone at this point. Does not seem to be anything immediately pressing down upon you.
Barbary, can you see anything from up in that tree?
Great question. What is his perception again? +3.
Wisdom's +3. I don't know if they have specific.
Burberry's not actually proficient. So 18 total. I don't see anything from up here. Not sure what drove that. Kind of looking around.
Also, other clarification. Is that from the direction that the path we're about to go down is, or is it like?
That was from the other side of the road. So south.
Okay, so it's totally
the path-
different.
Yeah, totally unrelated.
Okay. Let's try and
Adlar,
finish.
yeah, kind of stands up from behind the rock, and he is also, got like a scrape over the eye and bruising on his arms. He's not looking great either. Yeah, that hurt.
Yeah. Well, let's try and finish our short rest.
How does the hit point dice work?
So, whenever you finish a short rest, you can roll a number of your hit dice, as many as you like, and recover that many hit points. And you add your Constitution modifier to each dice that you roll. And then, whenever you finish a long rest, you regain half of your max hit dice. So, at level 4, if you spend all 4 of your hit dice, next time you finish a long rest, you'll get 2 back.
Wait, so is your hit dice based on your level?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You've got 4 of them at level 4. You get a
Mine
new one every
says
level.
2, that's why I was like, ugh.
Okay, yeah, that should be 4. I think Edlar will probably follow that example, though, because he has now taken some hits,
I am going to do that.
and that'll help.
Yeah. Noel's gonna use some hit dice too.
Plus the Constitution.
Yeah, for each dice.
Yeah, I'll be using some as well.
That's not terrible, I guess. What would that put me at?
Lauren's at max hit.
Yeah, I'll stay there. Not at max, but I'm doing okay.
Better.
Those boars knocked me down to 7.
Holy shit!
10 damage is not a small amount for Noel.
Evidently. Jeezy.
I was like, oh, I can use like 2 hit dice, and then the boars. And it's like, okay, well,
Bam.
another one down.
That fucked me up. I was like under half health. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Alright.
Being a fish lady is weird. I prefer bear.
Yep.
Well, assuming we make it through our short rest, I'd say we continue down the trail.
All right. Well, yeah, the remainder of your rest will progress without issue. It's fairly quiet. Adlar is honestly just kind of grumbly about the whole boar thing. I could have hidden from that. I could have done that better. I saw them. But it is the one incident that kind of fucks with your rest and doesn't really stop you. So by the end of the hour, you guys are feeling fresh enough, you bandaged up enough that you are ready to head back out and hit that trail. So picking back up, do we want to keep the marching order where it was? Adlar and John towards the front, Alor in the back.
Yeah,
Or do we want
I
to
think
switch
that's
things
a
up?
fine order.
All right. Fair warning to everyone. I have never been down this way, so this will be new for me too.
I don't think we're going to go super fast now.
Slow down. I think that's wise.
Let's see, what
So-
did they've written next? Standing stones follow the channel? Is that what it was? It's that or caramel. I can't read this exactly. I wrote it very quickly.
It's probably channel then. I doubt
Okay.
that I said caramel.
It's not,
Yeah,
it's not a
they're-
candy forest?
No. there is kind of that channel that kind of passes between the stones. They kind of like create this road through kind of this flanking shape that they make.
Okay.
You
That might have
got
also been the
standing
next step. I don't know. We'll see. If we come across a channel, we'll know.
Well, what's after channel?
So I wrote, spot in the woods between the standing stones, follow the channel, cross the bridge, ancient road, head down precipice, find the garden.
Gotcha. Okay. That sounds right. So yeah, heading down this side trail, stepping off the main road into the brush. Definitely less frequently trod. The ground is a little more uneven. There's a lot more roots kind of growing up under your feet. A lot more undergrowth, kind of obscuring your vision of the path ahead, growing between these stones. And we're moving at a normal pace now, so I'd say let's re-roll those perception checks without disadvantage. Aloran and Adlar. Oof. 22. Oof, very good. So
Or
y'all are probably safe from the back. Carrying onwards over the course of, I believe it's another hour here. More than that, excuse me. It's a few more hours of long, hot, sweaty walking. It helps that you guys have a lot of shade from the canopy overhead, but it is still a very bright, sunny, humid, subtropical island. And coming into the heat of the day, y'all are definitely working up a sweat, starting to feel a whole lot of bugs floating around, getting a little too close for comfort.
Could I use
Weaseling their way into
prestidigitation as
nooks and
like
crannies.
a functional bug zapper? Just like little bits of fire, just like psst, psst.
Yeah, sure.
Or also Mage Hand could also just kind of be like,
Just swatting.
or well, I was gonna say like blowing on my face, but sure, that too.
Yeah.
I got
Lauren
some
got
tools.
gust of wind. She could probably fucking just keep a constant fucking breeze going too if she wanted to.
We're doing our best.
Yeah. Burberry's right there with you. He's got thaumaturgy, periodically. Just
I'll
fucking.
keep the mosquitoes off. We don't like mosquitoes.
They're nasty. Oh, Burberry doesn't have thaumaturgy. Interesting. I'm learning all kinds of things about Burberry today. And yeah, it's a long, uncomfortable walk from this trailhead. About 3 hours pass. The sun begins to sink slowly to the west. When finally, up ahead, you see a change in the terrain. There's a faint fogginess beginning to rise from the jungle floor about 200 feet ahead. And amidst that fogginess, you can see that there does not seem to be any plant growth whatsoever. It's like a grove or a gap in the jungle. As you approach, you can see that this fog is sort of wafting up out of a wide, deep gorge. Up ahead, you can see a sheer cliff that drops down and vanishes into a gray, foggy abyss. And over the edge of this gorge, over the edge of this cliff on the far side, you can see this constant stream of mist slowly twisting through the trees, over the edge of the cliff and wafting down into the gorge, where it pools in these thick, opaque clouds. They're just kind of like slowly rising and dissipating in the winds. And not too far ahead of you, at the edge of the near cliff, there extends a narrow stone bridge, arcing up into the air and over this gorge. Looks to be about 15, maybe 20 feet wide. At its highest point, probably a good 30 feet higher off the ground than where you're currently standing. It looks to be held aloft by these very thick, sturdy, old pillars of like worked monolithic stone. Most of it very overgrown in mosses and ivies.
How big is this gorge across?
It's hard to say. It's wide. It's definitely a wide one. I'd say you probably count at least like 10 support pillars to this bridge as you're kind of stepping up to the edge and like looking at it. That just kind of like extend down from the bottom of the arch and vanish into the mist down below.
Jeez.
At least 100 feet. Maybe 2. It's a wide gap. Very wide gap. And you do see, looking at this bridge, there are definitely segments of it that have broken and eroded away. Close at hand, there is a much wider gap. The bridge sort of extends out from your cliff face about 20 feet, maybe 30, before it opens up into just open air. This segment of the arc having crumbled away. And there's probably like a good 30, 40 feet gap between it and the continuation of the arch further into the gorge. But that span is somewhat bridged by this sort of makeshift rope bridge that seems to have been fashioned out of vines that are sort of growing off and around the stone. There's a much narrower gap at the far end of the bridge. Hard to say how wide it is from here. But there is no vine work over there. Though you imagine it's probably because it's likely to be jumpable.
So just to clarify this whole scene, big gorge, well over 100 foot across. Bridge.
Yep.
Some point in the bridge, there's a 40-foot gap. And then the bridge continues, and then there's another like 10-foot gap, and then it continues on to the other side of the gorge.
Yeah.
And we can see what's on the other side of the gorge, or
You can see the other side. You can see sort of the edge of that cliff. You can see the jungle growing out of it.
Okay.
And you can see that there's like mist pouring over the far edge of the gorge.
Gotcha. Well, this looks...
So just to kind of give you a layout here, you've got... I'm showing the
I can kind of see it.
Kind of there. Right?
Yeah.
So you've got... That's you.
Okay.
There's the gap. There's another gap. And there's the far side of the gorge.
Okay. This could be difficult. I don't really have any magic that can help with this.
It is it's a little precarious looking.
I got some rope.
I also have rope and I have mage hand, which could help.
I also have rope. It does look like there is, a previously arranged bridge of sorts over there, closer at hand here. I'll point to the nearer gap where you got.
Late to the party, but I have a stick.
All right.
You go back to the boar and get another steak.
What?
He went
More
back
than
to
I took out.
I still have a stick, but I do also have javelin.
Stick. Oh, you
and
said a steak.
I think I
steak's
have a
good
grab.
too.
Question about the boar, Barnaby. Did you like just cut off like legs or something like ham hocks to take with you? Like
Yeah,
what
just
was
something real quick.
Okay. So he's got like some boar
Pretty
legs
easy.
dangling from his belt. Sure.
Okay. Well, unless someone has some revelation of some kind of spell that can really aid us here, I think this is just going to take time.
I don't really have anything for beasts prepared.
Well, let's try.
How
it.
sure-footed are we feeling?
I'm doing pretty good.
Adlar's kind of peek over the edge. Cannot even see the bottom.
Can I
It looks-
can I just toss a rock in there? Just see. Listen.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
That's a good roll. 23.
23. I will say, as it tumbles down the side of the cliff, you do hear, some gravel kind of get dislodged and kind of slide down into the mist.
I would probably, to clarify, sorry, I would probably toss it to avoid hitting wall as long as possible.
Oh, okay. Just toss it out.
Yeah, like
into the
see if I
gorge.
can like get it kind of like fall right in the center, so that
Okay, fair.
we can sort of hear
so
how
with that-
far this might go.
It vanishes through the cloud. Very faintly, you do hear a as it hits hard ground down below.
Like a big drop.
That's a fall. I almost wish I didn't do that. All right.
Lo and behold, the mist is obscuring like a 30-foot gorge. It's like barely even.
You scared?
There's a mattress factory below.
Yeah.
Notably, it did not like kerplunk like water.
No, there was no kerplunk.
Okay.
Yeah, Adlar watches this and he kind of like looks down the side of this cliff. He says, "It looks far. It looks manageable, maybe.
Manageable in what way? Aren't we crossing the bridge?
If we want to avoid the bridge, we might be able to climb down. It would definitely take a lot longer, but
Is this the... Cross the bridge, ancient road, head down precipice. Is this the precipice?
I think this is the bridge."
Alright, that was my inclination. I don't know if I want... I feel like the bridge is going to be so much easier.
Adlar kind of keeps glancing around the party, like looks over at the bridge.
I'm getting flashbacks to that Peter Jackson King Kong movie, and if we went down there, there'd be like giant bugs or something.
I never saw that one.
Or it was a play.
But,
yes.
I heard it was pretty gross.
That scene has stuck with me for a long time. That shit's terrifying.
I mean, out of character. Fuck yeah, that was horrible.
That's the image I have in my mind of this precipice right now, for what it's worth.
That's fair. Yeah. Adlar will just kind of take a deep breath and turn to you. He's like, "Well, I am willing to follow you, however which way we want to go. I do think climbing is an option if we are perhaps less comfortable crossing the bridge, but it will definitely take longer.
I like Barry's suggestion they just posted in chat.
What's this?
Turn a Lauren into a mouse and hurl her across the bridge. That sounds risky.
Roll your athletics check. 2, you throw her 20 feet, and she plummets through the gap between the bridge.
I could mage hand a Lauren over there. Actually, that might work. If we actually wanted to use a wild shape. Because if we... How far can mage hand go? Is there a limit?
I think 60 feet from you.
Special flowing hand appears if you choose and raise the hand lasts for a duration until you dismiss it. It lasts for a minute. Doesn't say how fast it can move. The hand vanishes if you're ever more than 30 feet away. Damn.
30 feet.
Oh, there goes that. That's not worth it.
How far can a character jump?
That is actually a rule, and I can pull that up for you because I have it written down on my sheet. Jumping can happen. I believe it is... I don't have it written down, I lied. I believe you need 10 feet of movement to get a running start, minimum. And you can jump a distance in feet equal to your strength score. And I believe that you can get a high jump. You can jump as high as 3 plus your strength modifier, as long as you've got that 10-foot running start.
John, what is your strength at?
You guys want to run some jump tests before you take a run at this
Can John
bridge?
jump the gorge?
John, what's your strength?
Fucking find my freaking mouse.
18?
Yeah.
So John can jump 18 feet. He can do a running long jump of 18 feet.
Whew.
Without a check.
Damn.
Doing math.
How big did you say the gap was?
Ooh, okay.
How have we
I
not
have a
showed him?
spell for this.
So it's
Show them that one.
It is a roughly or at least the initial gap is about 30 to 40 feet, you would guess. And it is spanned by a very rudimentary, vine bridge. It's like more or less like 3 lines of vine that have been sort of tied off. It looks like on trees, and now that you're looking, it looks like they've actually been like affixed to pythons that have been driven into the stone on the far side of that gap. And it's a very basic, just like two support lines, and then the one that you stand on, the balance line, of vines that are just kind of draped down in that gap, and someone clearly set this up to cross it. But there does not seem to be any such gap on the far side of the bridge where there are no vines over that gap.
So Lauren has this nifty spell called Jump. Where I cast it and it triples the player's jump across. So with math, you could go 54 feet, John.
Shit.
That seems pretty
It would
good.
mark the first time anyone's ever cast Jump in 4 years of playing with Plaid.
John lets out a low whistle. That sounds like a mighty big jump.
Yeah, it is. Holy shit.
And if we give you
Hope
a
you're not
rope
afraid of
before
heights.
you jump,
Want to try this jump out?
Question: Would I take fall damage?
No, this is a standing long jump. Or not a standing,
I
but
know,
a
but
running. Yeah, it's a
I'm
long jump.
essentially dropping 54.
Well, the
You're
bridge
not,
goes
you're not
up.
jumping down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I like
so to show you the diagram again, you're here and you're jumping
Horizontal jump, not a.
Yeah.
So
It's more like you're
Well,
like going
it
off a
is.
ramp, basically.
If you think it'll work, I can definitely try it.
I think it's a good idea, actually. And again, if we tie some ropes together and give that end to you, we have another secure line. I like that plan. That's a good plan.
okay.
All right, I'm gonna go touch John and
It's easy for me to say.
jump, jump, little bunny, jump.
Could
Jump, Drew.
how much rope does Adlar have?
Adlar brought a coil, so he's got like 50 feet.
50 feet. Okay, could I
Yep.
take... And Barnaby, you have rope too?
Yep.
Could I
I
take...
have rope too.
Oh, alright, well. I was going to tie like 4 coils together. I have 2, and I guess Adlar's and Barnaby's would make that 200 feet of rope. And
Okay.
could I knot that super hard to a tree behind or near the bridge?
Okay. How much slack do you want to leave between your anchor point and John?
Well, the purpose isn't necessarily to anchor John. It's more to... so that we can kind of have a rope bridge as far as we need it to be.
Oh, an additional rope support.
Yeah.
So you're kind of accentuating the vine bridge.
Yeah.
Okay. So with another.
Although if John wanted to like tie at the 30-foot mark, like around his waist or something.
Well, 30 foot
Or not 30
wouldn't
foot.
let him jump the full
Yeah,
50, but
80
yeah,
foot or whatever, however far he thinks he's going to need
that's fair.
to tie himself off.
Okay. So yeah, so you can anchor this on a tree pretty close to the bridge, pretty close to the edge. One of the vine trees that the vines are also tied to.
Okay.
You actually see the very old, deeply ingrained knot of that vine, where it's kind of tied around the tree. And yeah, hand that rope off to John, who's currently enchanted with jump.
Let's try it.
He's just going for it.
So,
Just remember, if you miss, yell so we know.
I guess John will take a running start and just yeet himself.
Fucking hurl yourself.
He's just gonna yell yeet as he jumps.
Question, Lauren.
Just for the hell of it.
Does jump affect your height as well?
Like how high up you get.
Yeah.
It says, I don't think so. It just says you touch the creature jump distance is tripled until the spell ends.
Okay, just jump distance is tripled. Okay.
So that would be both height and width. Length,
Yeah.
right?
So he's jumping 50 feet at a time horizontally, and he's going from 6 to like almost 20 feet of vertical gain.
He is technically going off a ramp. If you want to get into the nitty gritty here.
Well, if he's going off, that means he's running uphill. But the point of the matter is he's still jumping stupidly high and stupidly far. So I don't even think I can really justify a check.
I'm just gonna.
John just takes a running leap and just fucking sails into the air, arms waving, legs kicking, his body
he's flapping.
propelled by incredible magics.
He's flapping his arms like he's flying. He's like,
Stay up, stay up, stay up, stay up. Before he begins to descend and boom, tuck and roll along the bridge, landing safely. there is the very faintest sort of creaking, rumbling, this very low grinding sound from down below you, John, when you hit the arch.
Okay.
No movement. So you stand up.
So
You've got this
I'm
rope.
halfway or all the way?
So you are across the first gap. You are now on the central portion of the bridge. It's supported by like 5 or 6 of these thick stone columns down below.
From where
More or
I'm at,
less.
can I see if there's any more gaps or anything?
Yeah, you can pretty quickly reach the apex of the bridge and see the far side. There looks to be another gap, which you all noticed from the far side, where you're currently standing. It does seem to be smaller. This one looks to be about 20 feet long. It's like half the distance. And on top of that, it looks like it is it's a downhill jump.
How long does jump last?
So
It's 1 action.
Oh, okay.
oh no, what's the duration?
I think it's until it's used.
Is it a minute or is it
1 minute, yeah.
1
Okay.
minute? Okay.
I mean, you could technically make it all the way across if you wanted.
Yeah, John could just fucking book it if he wanted to get across the whole bridge.
If I still have enough rope slack, then yeah.
You should have
Well,
a
on the
lot.
upside, we know that the bridge can definitely handle everyone's weight.
That's true.
I will say that as you approach the other gap, you do feel that there is you're starting to lose slack. You think you've probably got like another 15 feet of it as you kind of step up to the edge there. It's just a little
Hey,
short.
John, do you need more rope? I'll untie from the tree and add 50 more feet. DM.
Okay, fair enough. It's a big
Oh,
bridge.
you're 5
It's a-
feet short. Oh, the
it's a big
creature's 40
bridge.
feet away.
It's like 25
Okay.
feet, but you're
I will
point taken.
find some kind of anchor point on the other side.
Okay, and just make the jump and tie it off.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna sit down and be amazed at how freaking high and long I jumped.
Yeah. So John will just hop, skip, and jump all the way across. So, question: as you are looking for an anchor, do you want this anchor to be like center with the bridge, or are you tying it off to the side?
As close to the center of the bridge as I can.
Okay. So I will say, what has effectively been threaded then is you have this this rope that is now running basically along the arc of the bridge. You've got this tree. It's more or less, at torso level. The rope is sort of diagonally coming into the bridge at a very narrow angle, right, like this, kind of towards the actual line of the bridge. Hitting the stone, it's now rubbing up against the stone up to the apex, and then it is just kind of suspended in air as it runs all the way to the tree where John anchored.
Presumably
still
you could like
basically
zip
in
line
line.
from the top down to either side.
Theoretically, yeah.
Okay. My thinking was, wait, okay. I used 100 feet of rope. Adlar used 50. Barnaby used 50. Who else had rope?
I think everyone has rope, don't
I
they?
think Lauren has rope.
Does
I'm
Burberry
sure
have
Burberry
rope?
has. Burberry does have rope. Burberry can contribute rope.
Okay. So if we had 250, we'll say, I guess, Lauren used 50 as well.
So, 300 feet of rope.
Oh, no. So it was so it was 100 from Noel, 50 from Barnaby, 50 from Adlar, 50 from Lauren. That's 250.
Okay.
And
so
then
Burberry still has.
Burberry has a coil, so we could all tie that coil around ourselves and the rope we just set up. So that if we fall, we just dangle.
Okay. So what's the arrangement then? Is it
So it'd be like tie it around the waist, wrap that around the rope once, tie it around the next person's waist, wrap that around the rope. So we're just a train, basically.
Interesting. Okay. It's a lot of weight. What is the tying order here?
So I would like to say if we wanted to save some weight, even though Lauren is not the biggest person on this rope, she can turn into like a mouse probably and just run across this.
That's true.
That could be helpful.
I'm gonna go ahead and add in a bless for Noelle, Barnaby, and our Lar.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Alright. So I'm just gonna go up to Noelle and be like, I'm turning a mouse. Can you put me on top of the rope, please?
I can. Or we could just carry you, whatever you feel more comfortable.
Just put her in a pocket.
Yeah, someone just put me in their pocket.
Okay. I would
And
take the mouse of Lauren and put them in the little pouch on my belt.
I just want you to know if anything goes wrong, you will hear high-pitched squeaking. Just
If something goes wrong, Lauren, turn into a big shark for me to land on. Thank you.
damn.
A big, soft, cushy shark.
They're like 90% cartilage.
They are.
They're hard and rigid. That's not soft at all.
It's softer than bone.
What is the softest animal?
An octopus?
Maybe a whale? Or an
Octopus, I think if Noelle
was like
fell
a
on that,
big
would just splat
octopus.
the octopus.
Yeah, because I can turn into a giant.
Oh, okay, that would probably be better.
The big, cushy shark.
I can heal.
Break my fall, please. Okay, so what is the tying order here then? Lauren is in Noelle's pocket
Yes.
as a mouse.
Probably Adlar first.
John's already in the front, so I guess I'll go in the front.
Or Barnaby.
Barnaby's front. Okay, Barnaby up front.
Then Adlar, then
Yeah.
Noelle, then... Or is that it?
Adlar, Noelle, and Burberry.
Oh, yeah, Burberry.
I'll go last because I can only bless up to 3 people, and I would very much like to bless myself.
Sure.
So I'll wait for everybody else to go so that I can recast that.
Is there a 7th coil of rope in the party?
We are
somewhere?
tied up, Burberry, to the rope. So it's either we're all kind of going together or we need another coil of rope.
I mean, I could donate. I have one more. We have one more coil, yes.
I think we already
This
were
is your
counting
coil.
for that.
So let's see. Noelle has contributed 2 coils. Adlar has contributed 1. Lauren contributed 1, and Barnaby contributed 1.
That was
So
the
that's
250 to
5.
get across
250 to get across, and then you've got the 6th one from Burberry to actually
wrap
tie the party
ourselves
together.
to the rope. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, then never mind.
So is Burberry gonna tie himself in with the group? What's the play there, Burb?
Man, I did not think this through. Give me a sec. Actually,
A
pull it.
precarious scenario you find yourself in.
Okay, well, and no, wait, that's also Constitution shock. Or not Constitution, concentration.
Thankfully, we're not just hanging at the very least. There is vines to walk on for the first segment.
Yeah, the only spot you're gonna be really hanging is gonna be the I guess the second gap really, because you'll be able to still stand on the bridge for a good distance before the rope is higher, I guess, than the stonework for the shorter ones to stand on.
Yeah.
I honestly think Barnaby is going to be standing on the bridge until you guys cross the gap, because he's just that fucking tall.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, I'll tie into the group.
Okay. So Burberry will rig himself up as best he can to be comfortable. So Barnaby, Adlar, Noelle, Burberry is our tying order.
Mm-hmm.
Think so.
I guess
Burberry's
so.
in the back. All right. So I'll say, with this precautionary measure you've taken, as you guys set off across the Vine Bridge and this first major gap in the bridge, go ahead, everyone, give me an acrobatics check or an athletics check, whichever you prefer.
Does Aloran have to do that?
Aloran is being carried, so I will say no.
Can I give
and I will say
advantage to
everyone has
Aloran?
advantage because of this rope support you have.
Very glad you gave me advantage. My first roll was a 1.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
With advantage, that is 24.
24. Good. Adlar got a 19. What was Burberry's roll? Do you want to roll Burberry?
I'll let you. I'm mostly staying out of it. I'm just chiming in whenever I'm like, oh, he might not know that I have this spell or.
Fair enough. All right. Let us see what you roll. Not bad. Worse than that, so we'll go with not bad. That's going to be a 14 plus Burberry's number, which is
I'll be using acrobatics, which is a +4.
Yep, a 4. So 18. Good rolls, everyone. And yeah, very, very carefully, standing on tiptoes for some of you, in order to find purchase. You guys slowly edge your way across the Vine Bridge, holding on to the rope overhead, to the vines to your sides to maintain your balance. Being careful to disperse yourselves in such a way as not to put too much weight on any one part of the vine at once. It is precarious feeling. You have a single 2-inch wide maybe line underneath each of your feet, separating you from 100, 200 foot drop. Who knows how far down this gorge goes. And looking down, it is dizzying, watching the mists swirl beneath your feet. But with those rolls, you do cross the gap safely, your feet finding purchase on solid stone before you know it.
Barnaby's right hand is shaking while his left is not.
Yeah. Well, once you're on the bridge, it's not too difficult. Just kind of hiking your way up the arch.
The bridge doesn't shake or anything. Seems stable.
Touching down on it, just taking your step, from vine to stone. Don't feel any shifting. Don't feel anything untoward happening. Seems to be pretty sound. As you reach sort of the apex of the bridge and its arch, the rope that you've all sort of tied yourselves to that is twisted around this central line is sort of like dragging you guys down. So you're kind of having to crawl to kind of keep close enough
Minor
that you
hitch in
have
the plan.
give to move with. It's not the most comfortable, but it's still, safe, stable.
Could we actually get to a point where we could just, I forget the term, glide down as a group?
Well, as you continue forward and the bridge begins to drop down, you're able to sort of start shimmying on your knees. The shorter members of the party are starting to be able to stand up again. And continuing forward, 10, 20, 30 feet, the bridge begins to drop more and more. You're all standing now, all walking. The rope is starting to drag higher overhead, kind of keeping level with Barnaby. As you guys draw close to the edge of this gap, Aloran is probably the first one to be lifted off the ground just
Aloran's a mouse.
by... Oh, that's right. I guess the next would be Noel is the next shortest.
I'm 5'7".
I think you're shorter than Burberry, right? Am I wrong? Is Burberry shorter?
Burberry's like an inch shorter than me.
Burberry is shorter than Noel, yes.
Burberry is the first one to be lifted off the ground. Followed very quickly by Noel.
I would say the moment someone starts getting lifted off the ground, I think we'd probably stop.
Okay.
Okay. Can we... What is the fucking term? The word. For when you
Zip
have
line?
a zip line. There it is. Thank you. Can we zip line?
Between the two of you, it
Well,
doesn't.
it's either
feel-
all or nothing.
I know. Right now, so the two of you are able to lift off the ground. Adlar and Barnaby are both tall enough that they are able to stand without issue. How much do you weigh, Noel?
That's kind of a personal question.
It is, but I'm the DM.
During this brief pause, Barnaby's going to start wrapping his right hand in a black cloth.
Okay,
131 pounds.
131. Okay. I'd say between you and Burberry right now, there does not seem to be too much strain on the rope. Adlar's not he's not a huge guy, but he's a grown man. So I guess he'll probably ask Barnaby just hold the rope for me, and he'll also lift his feet up and kind of test to see how he's suspended. There's definitely a dip that you feel as the weight is effectively doubled between the three of you, from going from Burberry and just Noel to all three. And Barnaby is by far the biggest of y'all.
Yeah.
I would say
How much weight are these ropes graded for?
I know they're a hemp rope, and they can be broken with like a DC 20 fucking like check, if I'm not mistaken.
It seems like something they would have a rule for,
Or
but
17. Yeah, it doesn't say. My inclination would be to say that this is a pretty significant amount of weight to suspend from a tied off rope.
oh, hempen
Like
rope
this.
has a load rating of 600 pounds.
And you guys are, between the three of you, close to 400. How much
It's
is
240.
240? Yeah, you guys are like really, really testing your luck with that.
Good thing Lauren turned into a mouse.
That does help a lot. Funnily enough. I will say, from this side of this bridge and looking at this gap, it's easily half the size of the other gap. And it is a downhill jump if somebody wants to take that risk. Alternatively, you can all attempt to slide down this rope together
We could also
and chance it.
cut the rope and each go one at a time. So we just each have our own tether.
This is also an option.
I would feel bad because this is Burberry's rope.
Well, good thing you brought two,
You can
huh?
just mend it later.
All right. Thank you.
Mending is so weird.
Blood's just like,
I
oh,
love
goddamn.
mending. Mending is the best.
Ugh. It's so many fibers. Ugh.
You have to cast it
All right.
twice. Okay, I'll take out my rapier. So I think we'll probably all sort of get to a point on the bridge where we can stand, and I'll cut
Okay.
each of us sort of a whatever 50 divided by 4 is length of rope. 13 something.
12 and a half-ish.
Yeah. And I will, I guess, tie myself back up around around sort of the like a harness around the chest, and then just wrap it around the rope. Hold the other end.
Okay. It's definitely a little more precarious feeling. I will say this: you've only got the one wrap around, and if your grip slips, that's not good. That's bad.
Well, I mean, I could just I'll tie it back to the harness on the chest. It's a loop now.
It's fine.
I think we were imagining that differently.
That's fair. With Barnaby, being as big as he is too, he's really testing the limits of his smaller segment of rope to try and get this fixed. But yeah, you guys can all kind of tie yourselves off to this thing with these smaller segments of rope, trying to get yourself secure. I'll say we'll do this one with an acrobatics check with advantage, thanks to your additional precautions. And I think because these are pretty secure, we'll lower that DC too from where it initially was. So let's go ahead and everybody roll for me.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
You said acrobatics?
Yep. That was a lot better for Burberry the second time. Holy shit.
19 for Noel total.
Okay, bueno.
20 for Barnaby. Dirty
20. Burberry rolled a nat 20 on his second roll.
Sweet.
First roll was a 4.
What type of roll were we doing?
This is for the second gap.
Yeah,
The party is ziplining across.
You don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, you're safe.
Oh, okay.
Adlar did not roll great, but he is dexterous, which helps, and he does have the benefit of this lower DC. So, despite his somewhat shaky follow through here, following you guys down, all of you will slowly slide your way down this rope, touching down on solid ground on the other side without issue.
Okay. All right, now
And you now have one 250-foot span of rope threading all the way back across.
I'll take out my little mouse alarm and I'll put her on the ground. You're safe.
Squeak, squeakity, squeak, 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 squeak.
Adlar, question.
Stay as a mouse. Honestly.
Yeah, shoot.
Are you okay? That was a little shaky looking.
Yeah, my hand is a little sweaty. I won't lie, but no, I'm good. I'm good.
Right, second question: do you think you could cut the rope with an arrow from here?
Ooh.
And we kind of like walk to the side of the bridge so we can see the arrow or the rope on the way far side.
Before you do, is there a possibility we may need that rope there again?
Presumably we could do the same thing. I guess. Does this area look like there's a lot of activity? Like, is there a lot of footsteps around here, or like footprints, or anything recent even? Tracks.
Give me an investigation check.
Okay.
Or survival, I guess. Either one.
I think they're both the same. Or no. No, survival's plus 4. 14.
14. Okay. So looking around on this side of the gorge, the north side, something that will probably stand out to you pretty quickly is that there are, in fact, traces of stonework buried in the dirt. Some of it protruding more than others, but it looks like there was at one time like a cobblestone road that ran up to this bridge out of the jungle ahead of you. And you do see here and there, periodically, there are more of those stacked stones sort of marking the path. Still very heavily overgrown with greenery. But looking around in the mists here, as they sort of seep through the brush and over the edge of the cliff, You're not seeing a lot of signs of passage. No footprints to speak of. No signs of really even animal activity, even like scratches on trees or birds' nests anywhere nearby. It is also markedly more quiet on this side of the gorge than it has been. There is an eerie silence that sort of fades here, and you get the sense that outside of what you remember of Doto's story, you guys are the first people to pass this way in a very long time.
What do you think, Barnaby? Would you rather take the rope with us or leave it? It's definitely not going to be much interference on this side, I don't think. I don't think there's many people over here. But I do worry that there are tricksters and whatnot in this forest.
Well, there is a... Oh, go on.
Go ahead.
No, I was just... Oh, okay, no.
I asked Barnaby.
Yeah, I was about to say, go ahead, Barnaby.
I'm not too worried about someone messing with the rope. I'm just wondering if this is the way we're going to come back. Then I think we should leave it, because it's going to be a lot more difficult unless we can get him to jump up again.
Well, the only counterpoint I would have to that is just that given the nature of the creatures that we've seen in these Fey forests, I could see them doing things like stealing ropes or loosening knots.
This is a good point. I would also like to point out, if I may, the instructions you gave me here mention a precipice up ahead.
Oh, right.
I imagine rope might be useful there too.
Well, guess that answers the question there.
Well, again, this is all sort of hinging on whether you could actually snap or cut the rope with an arrow from here.
Well, I've got 20 chances, so let's see what happens.
The crossbow bolts, if you can use them.
They are a little short for a longbow, but I appreciate the offer.
Actually, before you
I do also have a crossbow.
Oh, I guess, yeah, we have like 100-something crossbow bolts, too.
Oh, well, shit, give me that.
Well, which has better range?
Well, the longbow typically...
and
It
crossbow
only
bolts
has,
are
like-
going to be smaller, too, aren't they?
Crossbow's like 80 feet, give or take.
effective range.
Yeah.
Max range, I think they generally shoot about 400 or 500. Good longbow, though. With good weight, strong tensile strength, you can get up to 6. Either one, I think, is more than enough. If you've got more crossbow bolts than I have arrows, though, I think we should use that for sure.
Go for it.
You want to take a shot, too? See who lands it?
Do you have a crossbow?
Oh, challenge then, is it? All right. I'll take out my crossbow.
All right. He'll, I guess, borrow yours, Noel. Whoever's offering a crossbow.
Sure, it's a hand
Or he'll
crossbow. Can you use those?
Crossbow's a crossbow.
Well, that's what I
how
thought,
far does
but I held a light crossbow and I couldn't use it.
We can show you a thing or two once we've got some time. Although he starts kind of weighing it in your hands. It's like, it's a little small, though. I don't know if actually it's going to get across the gap.
I just what?
Yeah, I'll use the bow. It's fine. I've got 20 shots.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Barnaby. Ready?
All right.
Aim. Roll with disadvantage since this is over your effective range. This is within your maximum range.
First roll was 18, second was 17. So 17 plus
Damn.
8. 25.
25. Yeah, that's definitely higher. You both shoot across the gorge. You hear the arrow and bolt whistling next to each other. And kind of squinting, shading your eyes, looking across. You see them both hit the tree. and you're pretty confident that's a bolt in the knot as the rope comes loose and slackens and begins to fall into the gorge.
I do believe
Adlar,
I got the bolt.
Adlar just kind of grimaces. I sand in my eyes or something. Missed. It is a good shot, Mr. Barnaby. He'll extend a hand to shake.
I shake back. Give him a good handshake.
Well, we have a rope.
Okay. I guess we'll have just John reels that in and unties his knot on the tree.
Sure.
So we have most of our rope back.
Yeah, he lost probably 5-6 feet.
I
Off
will,
of
I
one.
will take the loss since I have 2 ropes.
All right, so Noel has a 40
I
and
have
a 45
95
rope.
feet of rope now.
All right. And yeah, that looks like that'll you guys got across the bridge without too much issue. So maybe
We'll get the other 5 feet on the way back.
I assume Burberry can mend their length of rope now while we're walking.
yeah, that's fine.
I have to cast it 5,000 times, one for each tiny little
One for each fiber. I'll be done in a few weeks.
The pedantic DM. Nah, it's a magic spell, whatever. You cast it 5 times, you got your full rope back. It's fine. So that probably took you guys 15, 20 minutes at most. Not a long endeavor to get across this bridge. Just some discussion, a few minutes of action. Nice and clean.
It's faster than climbing down.
Substantially. A little more nerve-wracking, I won't lie, but definitely faster.
The ziplining was kind of fun.
Sure. Sure it was.
Insight. No.
Lauren, seeing that Adlar seems a little distraught over it, she will climb up in her little mouse form and then just pat his cheek. There.
He will very gingerly reach back and pat the top of the mouse's head. I won't lie to you. It's a little weird knowing that you are a full-grown person sitting on my shoulder like this. Is this appropriate?
I mean, I get under her when she's a bear.
Okay, I guess this is pretty typical for you then.
She will continue to squeak at him.
So you guys have done pretty good time so far. You started at a fast pace. You slowed down on your walk to the bridge.
That was normal pace, I believe.
Yeah. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3. I'd say it's close to 3 or 4 in the afternoon, right? It's you're making pretty solid time. In the interest of safety, of course, you slowed down as you stepped off the main road, and now as you continue down this ancient road here, hard, smooth, mossy stone underfoot. You start to look around and kind of soak in the very, very different atmosphere on this side of the gorge. It's much quieter over here. It's eerie. There's a shadiness to this side of the forest. Where before you saw the sun filtering through the leaves, now there's almost sort of a sense of overcast haze overhead. You can tell it's still daylight. You can still look up and see, a fairly clear blue sky, but the light seems to have dimmed imperceptibly. This strange twilight is sort of settling over you all. And as an hour passes, the sun sinks ever lower towards the western horizon. You begin to see, flitting between the trees around you, these tiny motes of light. A flash here, and another there, almost like a lightning bug.
Out of character. Uh-oh.
We were very explicitly told not to follow those.
I do recall those instructions that you mentioned, yes. Sticking to the road.
That's the idea.
But as you walk, you do see these lights in the distance sort of fading in and out between the trees. And there are
Dragon.
minutes at a time where you would swear 2 or 3 of them sort of floating in a ambling, twisting pattern are almost keeping pace with your party at a distance before slowly drifting back into the fog.
Safe to say these are like Fey lights.
It's certainly possible.
Can I check that? Lauren, can I look at that book? Maybe that has something about these. Oh, shit.
I don't know.
Oh, wait, no, he
Am I
said an
right
hour.
about-
You did say an hour passed.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think you can hold it for what, 2 hours now,
Yeah, I can hold it
if
for
you
it.
want. Yeah.
No, I'll just hold it for the hour.
You'll stay a mouse.
For the hour, and then
Okay.
I'll turn back into person.
Oh, okay. That's fine. So Lauren returns to
Okay.
people form.
And if she has that book,
hands over.
I would like to look specifically for anything about floating lights.
Yeah, sure. I'll say go ahead and give me an investigation check. As you guys carefully make your way through the forest.
15?
15. Okay. It's a pretty early chapter that makes mention of these. They are, given that this is an Elvish text, you recognize that the literal translation for this term is simply a fairy light. But as you read the description, it definitely rings similar to stories you've heard of things referred to in common as will-o-wisps. These sort of ethereal lights that appear in Fey-touched woods that beckon to followers, to travelers, to follow them, frequently leading them astray. It is almost universally regarded as a very unwise move to follow these. It's like right there in the front of the book. Like this is like Fey 101 almost. It kind of comes across. Don't follow the lights.
It's the forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll close the book, hand it back to Lauren. Yeah, I think we stay on the road. Don't look at him too long.
Will Lauren pull out her like piece of paper and try to draw it?
Draw the little light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
It-
words and stuff.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Or more
Draw
like a scenic drawing more than like what it.
kind of capture the vibe.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say, trying to draw a sourceless sort of field of light is kind of a tricky ask, but using the rest of the scenery around it to sort of frame it, the mists and the trees, you do sort of capture this scene on paper, and it's.
I need a roll to see how good it is.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Okay.
Give me either like a dex check or an intelligence check, I'll say. Pick your favorite.
Yeah, I'll be a 16. That's actually a good job.
That's nice. That's good. That's solid. That's a really, especially for walking, that's a pretty solid sketch. I remember trying to draw on the bus as a kid, and everything just comes out fucking jittery as all hell.
Yeah.
That's kind of the vibe you're trying to fight in slow motion, almost the pace. You have to kind of bob as you go. But yeah, you get yourself a nice little drawing of the fairy lights out in the woods and the mists out beyond. And as you walk, you kind of watch as these lights kind of grow more and more numerous. The trees around you are growing steadily taller, thicker, gnarlier. Where before you sort of had these sort of tropical evergreens with their broad leaves kind of growing straight up out of the ground and spreading wide overhead. They're now beginning to grow their branches lower and lower to the ground, kind of arcing and twisting, interweaving with one another into this thick, very, very dense overhead canopy. Almost to the point where you've sort of got like this natural archway framing the road around you as you walk. And all the while, up ahead, behind you, and in the trees between, these lights continue to grow in number and just dance lazily on the mists. And over the course of the next 2 hours, you walk and watch.
At some
walk and watch.
At some point,
the
I would
sun falls ever lower.
Sorry, I was gonna say that I would like to look at Barnaby and kind of ask, does this look familiar at all to you? Does this remind you of the day you got lost, Barnaby?
Barnaby squints and looks around.
I feel like we are getting closer
What do you
to
think, DM?
the Fae.
I'll say give me a history check, Barnaby.
History. I'm glad it's not perception. With history, that's a +4, so that's a 19.
19. Okay.
Oh wait, no, 18. Excuse me.
18. I'd say with an 18, your memory of your time kind of lost in the woods hunting does stand out to you. The foliage doesn't line up exactly. You know, this is a very different sort of forest from the one you entered back home. But there's definitely a vibe that's beginning to grow as you continue to walk that is ringing some bells. It's growing more and more familiar, this growing sense of sort of deja vu as you continue down this road. The forest all around you just seems to be growing more, and in a very uncannily similar way to the forests you explored last year, effectively, wasn't it?
Yes. So at that, Barnaby brings his gun closer as he gets a little bit more tense and drawn into himself. Yes. Yes, it does. Now that I look around.
I think knowing that, or hearing that reaction from Barnaby, I think Noelle would just sort of mentally check in on the sun's position just to see if there's any weird time nonsense going on in here.
Okay.
See if, like, sunset comes earlier than it seems like it should, or later, or whatever.
I would say glancing back over your shoulder, or effectively over your shoulder. You're heading north, and the sun is setting,
In the west.
here. Kind of looking over to the left, and the sun looks like it's in the right position for the amount of time that you've been walking. I will say the sky does seem to have taken on a more vivid sort of blue. It's a little darker, a little hazier. There's almost like a purplish sort of tinge to it, this richness to that color. That's, you feel, might be partially responsible for the sort of muted light of this segment of the jungle. It felt brighter on the other side of the gorge, and there is now a slightly dimmer but much more vivid and saturated sort of color overhead.
All right. I'll just keep an eye on the day as we go until I can no longer do so.
Okay. Well, I'd say you guys walk for a few hours from that bridge until you see the forest up ahead beginning to thin out again. And as you kind of reach the edge of this sort of next boundary, you can see that it is thinning because the land is beginning to dip down and beginning to drive downhill. And kind of stepping up to the precipice of this gentle slope and looking out through the gap in the trees up ahead of you, you can see this picturesque swath of wild jungle up ahead. It's this wide circular valley. It's surrounded almost on all sides by this ring of towering hills. And the jungle seems to be kind of flowing over the tops of these hills and almost pooling in a way down at the bottom where the greenery is thick, dense, deep, vivid green, shining in the setting sunlight. You can see kind of tendrils of mist kind of slowly wafting up out of the trees in this valley. And sort of at the center of it, where the mists seem to be thickest, there does seem to be a protrusion out of the forest floor. This single wide canopy kind of rising up over the others, very distant from where you're standing here, but notable even in the distance. And closer at hand, kind of looking down downhill, you can see this stone paved road that you've been walking on beginning to sway off to the right, and then swinging left again behind trees. And kind of tracing that path, you can see that the road is beginning to swing back and forth in a series of switchbacks. You can see kind of the gap in the trees up ahead kind of marking its location. It does look like this is going to be a pretty tight little hike. It seems to be dropping pretty precariously, several hundred feet down over the course of this segment of switchbacks. I'm kind of looking at the ground up ahead of the first turnoff. As far as you can see down that road, the ground is definitely getting rockier and more uneven.
So it's like a descending trail along like a cliff wall almost.
It looks to be building up to that. Yeah, it starts out pretty even, but it seems to be dropping pretty precariously the further up ahead it goes.
Okay. I feel like
I'd say at this point, the sky overhead has shifted from that very vivid, rich blue. You're beginning to see like fiery tendrils of orange reaching up from the sun, kind of catching on the clouds and these incredible blasts of pinks and reds. Sun is starting to set.
Well, we could try to make this a one-day journey and potentially get stuck in the precipice at night. Or we could set up camp here before things turn into a cliff.
And do we know the dangers either way?
No.
I don't know about the rest of you, but hiking in the dark is not exactly the safest thing in the world, even for an elf.
So I guess we know there's more danger at least going into the rest of us at night, so why not camp out?
I'd prefer to camp out myself. Strongly prefer.
I don't think it's a bad idea.
Yeah,
I think we
I'll
should find a
defer to
defensible position.
the experts. Yeah, let's try and find a good campsite around this area. Probably just
Okay, sure.
staying near the road, but yeah, we'll look.
Yeah, Adlar kind of glances back into the trees where the lights are kind of dancing in the
Yeah.
distance. He's like, "Yeah, probably closer to the road." I'll say go ahead and give me a survival check. Whoever is assisting with this campsite search.
What was this?
I guess I should ask, what sort of campsite are we looking for? Like, what's our ideal sort of setup here?
Well, John said defensible, which would be great.
Okay.
I don't know what that means
Okay.
exactly in the context of a campsite, but
So a good campsite would be like natural cover, but an opening in the middle with at least some kind of backing. So like if there's any kind of like mountainside or like rock side, it's got some bush around it.
Okay. Yeah. I guess, yeah, if that's what you're looking for, then we'll take survival checks from whoever's assisting with this this search.
Got a 25.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
never mind. You find it. No problem. Yeah, Aloran's pretty on top of that. And
John got a 21 as well.
not difficult. You guys are actually kind of like split up in different directions along one side of the road and end up converging on the same campsite. It's like, this is perfect. Oh, hey. Catching sight of each other. And yeah, you guys have found yourself a decent spot. You've got kind of a rocky ridge along one side, and pretty solid tree cover along the other side. It's really not super far from the road. You can still see sort of the gap in the trees where the standing stones are sort of marking that passage. And it's not too much work for you guys to either tamp down plants or just wholly like clear them out to make room for you all to sort of set up your circle and get a fire going. Do you want a fire, or do you want to camp in the dark?
it's probably pretty warm here.
It is definitely warm.
I would say whatever Adlar.
Yeah, I'd say we defer to Adlar.
Well, in my experience, fire is good for warding off animals, so I'm a fan of fire, personally.
I suppose the animals here would be predisposed to avoiding random lights in the forest, right?
It might be why there are no animals around here, truth be told.
I guess I haven't seen any.
It's been very quiet around here. Unnervingly quiet. I don't like it.
Lauren, shot in the dark, but did you prepare dark vision today?
I did.
That would be
Hey.
before I go to bed. That would be a great thing to cast on me if I can help with a watch then at least.
No, I think you can just be.
You'll be fine.
I'll be fine. Yeah, no, I'll
That is hostile.
just messing up.
And for what it's worth, I only really need a few hours to refresh myself as well. So I can certainly be on watch for most of your rest.
I can do it, but what is the likelihood that there will be jaguars?
Fuck if I know, man. I've never been over here. Who's to say?
Okay.
Alright, well,
And then she'll be like, I swear to God, if you guys think there's a jaguar, wake my ass up, or I will be extremely
we would
upset.
definitely wake you up if we saw jaguars.
Just
for all the reasons.
I'll take first watch.
First watch. Okay.
Oh, actually, no. She'll take like one of the middle watches.
Be up at night.
Be up at like night, you know.
Okay.
I'll take first watch. If
Alright,
Aloran
so-
casts dark vision.
That's
I
fine.
did cast her.
Okay, cool.
Do you want my help now, or should I sleep now and be up later? I guess rest is probably a better term.
I'd like to take watch with someone.
I'm happy to help.
Sure, that's fine.
Noted. He will join you for your first watch then.
Is this
So,
is this a one of us takes advantage? One of us. How do
we
you
can go either way. It's your call.
How perceptive does Adlar seem?
He is a hunter.
Yeah, well, this isn't a survival
is-
check.
It's not. He's a good shot. He does have like a pretty good eye. It seems like. He didn't notice the Kamadan sneak up on you guys, but nobody did.
That's true.
So you guys were kind of rushing.
Yeah, let's each roll. We'll each roll.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's okay.
21 total.
I think you beat him. He rolled a 15.
Fair enough.
So, over the course of the next 2 hours, you guys kind of like wind down, get some food in your bellies, get to sleep. Noel and Adlar will stay up and keep an eye out. As the sun finally fully sets and the brilliant colors of the sunset begin to fade away overhead, there are more stars out than you think you have ever seen. Even staying at the resort on the edge of town, it is swimming with stars overhead. And they are bright. It's almost bright enough that you can see without dark vision. It's just like enough to kind of get the sheen of leaves and tree trunks around you. It's gorgeous overhead. And the more you kind of sit up and watch, the more stars come into focus and the brighter they seem to grow. You start catching, shades of reds and pinks kind of threading through the sky in a wide band overhead. Adlar's just kind of staring up at them next to you.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
It's pretty. It definitely seems like we're getting close. It's different out here.
Barnaby seemed a little nervous. I can't blame him.
Considering, well, you have not exactly told me much of what he has been through, but inferring, I guess, it does seem like he might have reason. I suppose we're probably going to be close to the gatekeeper tomorrow. Pretty quickly, I imagine. That does not seem super far away. You go ready?
Sorry, what you said? Do I think we're ready?
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect. I don't know if we're going to come across some kind of malicious, evil force that lives in the forest, or just some misguided, confused person who made a mistake. That's a wide
As you say
spectrum.
that, Noel, with your excellent perception check, you hear a faint rustling in the bushes off to the side of your camp. And glancing over, you can see there is sort of a golden mote of light that seems to have drifted fairly close to your campsite.
Oh, jeez.
It's just sort of bobbing there over a bush, maybe like 30 feet away.
Do you think we just did something to draw it close to us, Adlar?
Kind of squints at it. Is it the lamp?
In that book, it said that it's not a lamp. It very much emphasized that part, that it's definitely not a lamp.
No, but look. He like taps you and like points. And, like squinting your eyes again, focusing. You actually do catch like the ridge of like a lantern's hood just hanging over this circular orb of golden light. And you watch as it kind of clumsily sways as it grows slightly closer to your campsite.
Probably,
Adlar reaches for an arrow.
I'd probably back up toward one of the tents and just have my hand ready to kind of like bang on it.
Who's there? He pulls the arrow back. And you hear an answer. This very craggly old voice responds. Hello? Are you travelers in the wood?
Sketch.
Hello? You see the lantern kind of rise up over the bushes. It's more rummaging. The figure steps forward out of the brush, and you see, standing at the edge of your camp, is a figure maybe 3.5 feet tall, very squat, almost like a small dwarf or a halfling, but with this very sort of dull green skin, this thick head of hair that sort of falls down the back and over the shoulders out of this sort of head wrapping. They look to be garbed in this sort of patchwork of almost like quilted fabrics, and they're carrying this sort of tall wooden staff from which this lantern is hanging. Kind of step forward, their little sandaled feet kind of clomping on the dirt as they approach, and look up at you from this just weathered, wrinkled old face. Oh, it's been a long time since anyone came this far into the forest. Are you quite all right, dearies?
I shoot a glance at Adlar.
He kind of like nods at the bow and looks at you questioningly. Hmm? He still has it strung and like pointed directly at her.
Who are you, exactly?
Oh, yeah. My name is Cottam. You can call me Auntie Cottam if you like.
I will tap on Lauren's tent.
I'm sorry to intrude. I see.
There's no jaguar. There's no jaguar.
She does like a spin on the ground and like looks around.
Lauren comes
No.
out really excited.
There's no
because he did color in time.
Lauren, there's no jaguar.
And then she's gonna give you like a look like,
I know.
It's a-
I wouldn't have
little
woken you
green
up if I
lady.
didn't think it was equally important.
Oh,
I'm sorry. We just don't know what to do.
can we maybe put the bow and arrow down? It's a little.
You forgive us for being nervous, ma'am.
No, I don't blame you at all. This wood can be it's somewhat dangerous for
Right,
travelers, especially of late.
We have not seen any living things in these woods for hours.
It's been very quiet this past few months. May I sit down? I'm sorry to trouble you, but you are the first living souls to cross in some time. Are you here to see the gatekeeper?
quick DM. So when we went into the Gatewatch's tower,
Mm-hmm.
and there was those 4 small creatures with like, I believe they had the greenish skin.
They had like a purplish black skin.
Oh,
And they were like really disproportionate, misshapen. They had
Okay, so-
like big old potato heads and these spindly arms and stumpy little legs and big ass feet.
would we say that this person is a goblin?
She's not really goblin proportions. Again, she's closer to like a very short dwarf or a halfling. She's got a very sort of stout build to her. Very old. She does have, little pointed ears that in her old age seem to have sort of continued growing and starting to droop. Slightly goblin-esque in a way. But the teeth aren't, the little sharp, sharky looking goblin teeth. They're pretty typical for a humanoid. She's got sort of a bulbous nose. Again, seems to have grown and grown with age. Very like deep set crow's feet and wrinkles around the eyes and face. Kind of a heavy, almost hairy, really brow. And like I said, like thick, dark
okay.
hair.
Like, I was just curious if it was
A goblin.
anything.
Okay.
Those guys.
Yes, I'm a goblin. No.
I'll sort of signal to Adlar, like, drop the bow, I suppose.
What if this
Okay.
is the gatekeeper? Can the gatekeeper like shapeshift? Because they could just be taking on a different.
Oh, I used to could once upon a while, but it's been, as I said, it's been a rough few months.
You'll forgive me for asking something so straightforward, but I don't think anyone of us have ever seen anyone quite like you, ma'am. Are
Oh.
you part goblin, or...?
No. I live here. I'm one of the fair folk of the forest here. She'll kind of like totter forward and tuck herself down onto a stump in front of, or not even a stump, just like one of the rocks sitting around your campsite. And
Did you
just
say
kind of, like,
fair folk
tuck
or fey folk?
She said fair folk, but
Okay.
you would recognize that that's synonymous.
Yeah.
She'll just kind of make herself kind of small and just kind of tuck in on that little rock and clutch her staff. I hate to press you, but I am dreadful curious. Are you here to see the gatekeeper?
We had hoped to.
Or
You've certainly come in force. She kind of glances at the bow, the rapier on your belts, the various weapons on your sleeping comrades.
we don't know what to expect. We don't have much details.
But you're not here to settle affairs for the elves of the city. Not at least the way she's asking.
Oh, we are not companions.
I didn't think so.
Do you know the gatekeeper? Have you talked to them?
I'm more familiar than I'd like, truth be told, she says. She usurped me these past few months.
Wait, so you're the old gatekeeper?
Yes, she took my title, my garden, much of my former power. I've been exiled from the border to that even more remote border. She kind of glances around the forest. I fear I would not be able to challenge her. But now I see travelers have come, and I feel perhaps this might be my opportunity to change things.
Do you know how did this even happen? Was there a battle between the two of you?
Ever sort. She came to me in the guise of a friend. She feigned humility, fealty, and drew close. Closer than I should have let her get. I should have known you can't ever really trust one of your own. Always scheming out there.
I'll offer the anti-cotum some food and water.
Oh, that's very kind of you, dear. Thank you. She'll readily accept an offering of food and water.
Could I insight check just at this point?
Yeah, we're still here.
He's not in the voice
Oh.
chat.
Yeah, I got disconnected.
Insight check for.
Yeah, well, just I guess her story to see if it seems like she's making it up.
I also like to insight check.
Does she sound like she's full of shit?
Yeah,
I don't know. It's middle of the night.
That's fair.
It's a little weird, but I just wanted to check. Ugh, I rolled bad. Like 8.
8.
I rolled a little bit better, but not much.
What's that?
15. I have a +5 on insight, so that helped.
18, you said?
15.
15. Okay. I would say it's weird. It's definitely strange that this little old lady suddenly wandered up to your camp in the middle of the night and just opened up. But it's also plausible. I don't know. There is definitely a strangeness to her carriage. It's not. She's not quite like anyone you've ever met. There's a foreignness to her being that just doesn't quite gel with what you know of people in general.
Is it the same kind of vibe that you would have got off the Darklings?
Similar. I will say it's not exactly the same. She definitely seems to be a different sort of creature, but I'd say with the Lawrence 15, you probably do get a sense that as small and diminished as this woman is, the way she talks as kind of plainly as she does with you, it does seem like perhaps she was more accustomed to able to fend for herself in a way that maybe she doesn't look like she can right now. Like, there doesn't seem to be a ton of fear necessarily in her interaction here. She seems pretty brazen to approach alone like this.
I'll just lean over to Lauren and say, if she wanted to attack us, she probably could have.
I feel like if she is the former gatekeeper, this is probably going to result in her asking us to help her get her former spot. And if that's the case, it might be a good idea, because if she was the former one and then all of a sudden things changed, and now it's resulted in all this bad stuff happening with people, this port, it would be good to put the power back in place.
You're not wrong. I do worry. Your Fey book mentions a lot about trickery. And this could easily just be, say, a different type of forest folk who wishes to gain the power of the gatekeeper and has made up a very nice story.
Also true.
You girls should really speak up if you want to have a conversation with...
Sorry, we were just talking about makeup and boys.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I had a dream, and that she woke me up from that I needed to.
Here's a question for you, ma'am. Is there any jaguars around here?
Jaguar. She kind of wrinkles her nose. What do you want with the jaguar?
I would love to see.
It's not for me.
I would love to see a jaguar.
If you want to. Okay. She'll hold out her hand and conjure up a small spectral image of a jaguar that just kind of like does a circle in her hand and curls up and starts to take a little
Can
nap.
I turn into a jaguar now?
If you want, I could have done that.
Into a jaguar, it's palm-sized.
It's a little picture of a jaguar. I don't know.
No.
Okay,
Have
Lauren
you
and
seen
Jen-
one?
Have I seen? I've seen plenty of jaguars in my day. They're everywhere. Big, nasty cats and poop and stink everywhere. They're terrible. They eat everything. Filthy animals.
Lauren's slightly offended.
You can see this lady does not care. She's like, ugh, jaguars.
DM, can Lauren turn into a jaguar now?
You want to try? Okay. I'll say give me a spellcasting ability check. Just whatever that modifier is, you can add to it. Roll high. Maybe this will work.
Would that be the spell attack bonus, or?
Yeah, you can use that. That's fine. 20.
23.
Just
23.
Oh, 23. Oh, okay. Yeah. Psh. Okay. It was a very, very lifelike little illusion. Yeah, if you want to try and wild shape it, you find yourself slowly sliding into the form of a large jaguar, sitting next to Noelle. The old lady sitting across from you recoils. It's like, oh God! Why would you do
It's just
I
our
just
friend.
told
It's
you.
just our friend.
Yeah, no, I know, but I know how shapeshifting works, but I just told you that stinky, awful animals, and here you are like, oh, let me just turn into one. It's fine. No offense meant. Look at me. I lick myself whenever I feel like it. Stick my feet over my head.
Well, honestly, kind of just ignore this lady and purr, and then just try to climb into Noelle's lap.
Oh, God.
She is huge, and she does not fit Noelle. Oh no, that hair's never coming out of that dress, dearie. I'm sorry to say.
I have prestidigitation.
Oh, and then I'll also go bother Adlar a little bit, and like, if you look at her, she's just like prancing, walking. She's like a very happy cat.
Noelle's just sitting there thinking to herself, I could have made an illusion of a jaguar. Like a month ago. Dare I say it?
Should I tell her?
I'll just let her enjoy this. Well,
Anyways, Lauren's fantastic.
Oh,
we are sorry to hear your story, ma'am.
yes, no, they're terrible animals.
No, your
Oh, no,
story.
the gatekeeper.
The
Right,
gatekeeper
yeah,
thing.
that. Yeah, no, that's been pretty shit too.
How long were you the gatekeeper before?
Long time. You know,
How long?
things are. It's like that.
That's funny. How long?
Your time and my time.
Lord, goddammit.
Our time, I guess?
Your time? I don't fucking know. It was a long time ago.
What did
Okay.
you ask? How long in your time?
Eons. I've watched over the boundary to the Feywild.
Isn't that the same answer either way?
You're a cat. You can't talk right now.
Okay, and Lauren turns back into a person and goes, "Isn't that the same time frame for either time?"
Look,
Like-
it was a long time.
Maybe
all
eons
right?
for them are days for us?
It depends on the the weather. But listen,
the weather.
all kinds of things mess with time on this side. You really need to be careful walking in there and back.
Does the time only change when you go through the gate, the portal?
Well, it's not really like a portal. It's just kind of more woods. You just keep walking and walking, and eventually you're not really here anymore. You know.
We do know. Are we past that threshold now?
You're close, but you haven't crossed it yet.
That's good to know.
But you've certainly seen the change it's effected on the forests of this island.
It is drastically different on this side of the bridge.
Things have grown worse since my replacement took over. They've driven out many of our former neighbors. I think perhaps hoping to spread her influence.
Do you know what your replacement did to their companion? You know it was bad.
She took something from him. Something essential. She took something from him. Something essential.
Memories?
His soul?
Deeper than that. No, she bid him come to her lair and tricked the poor boy thinking he was about to give himself to a beautiful woman. Little did he know how literally he would be doing that. She took his essence, his being, his self.
Is it different than a soul?
We don't really truck with souls around here. That's devil's work. But it certainly had an impact. He left here a shamble of his former self. He's likely never going to get much better than he is now without it. I think she took a perverse amount of pleasure in that hardship.
What does she have to gain from taking something like that? Is it just out of spite, malice?
Power, control.
She becomes more powerful if she does that.
I think it's more mundane than that. She has influence now over the island. I think she aspires to make something of herself, make a name, something petty on this side of the boundary. I can't imagine why she would, but here we are. I am out here wandering alone, looking like this, and she's back there wearing my silks. Wretched old biddy.
Did you know her before this happened?
No. Well, I mean, yes, but not long. She showed up. She thought,
I roll insight on this part of this
yeah, sure.
conversation. Yeah.
Can we just insight every 30 seconds? No.
Yeah, right. Ooh, 20.
23. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. She came to my court, flattering, doting sycophant, looking to suck up and cozy up to me, take my place, kick me out of my own garden. I should have seen through it. I should have known better, and yet here we are. I will say with a 23, she seems agitated. She seems unfocused. There is a lot of frustration and dismay being expressed here. You do pick up, as she's telling the story, though, she does seem very sharply attentive to your reactions. She is watching just as carefully as you are. And you do get the sense that she is definitely angling in her own backwards sort of way to garner some level of sympathy or pity from your party.
I guess I don't know that. Well, to tell you the truth, we're not sure if we're going to succeed. We don't know if we are going to be able to help you, but it seems like our paths are leading us in the same direction.
Well, if that is the case, I should hope that you are successful. I would help however I could. I'd like to think the lot of you have as good a chance as anyone has had in a while now to challenge her. I mean, there's what, 5, 6 of you here. Certainly better odds than that poor boy who came before.
I mean, he
There's
wasn't
only one of
trying
her.
to do that, but
No, you came prepared. Can't hurt to try.
we will see. We have never tangled with someone who guarded over a dimensional gate. It's a pretty intimidating prospect, to be honest.
I like to think I was quite the something back when at the height of my own power, but now the mighty have fallen. You can see.
Eons ago.
Yeah. Well, months ago, really.
Oh.
Like I said, she recently secured her little hostile takeover.
So you do have a sense of months.
I've been out here since then.
Interesting.
Yeah, the weird timey thing is not really a factor out this far. You know, it's crossing back and forth out of the garden and the wilds beyond that you're going to start running into trouble if you don't have proper guidance. Are you looking for passage into the Feywild? Is that why you're out here? You seem very hung up on this time thing.
We have had someone who has had a very negative experience with time in the past year.
That's unfortunate.
A person
Doesn't
who
sound like he had a proper guide.
lost 5 years of their life to the Feywild. And I know you don't know what that means, apparently, but that's a long time for us.
Well, I can appreciate a loss, regardless of its scale. For what it's worth, I think perhaps when this is all said and done, I might be able to be of some assistance to your friend. I don't know that I can give any time back, but I might be able to help him ensure it doesn't happen again.
Barnaby awake right now?
I was going to ask, how far into this watch are we? Because I could see... I would love to pass this on to Burberry and Barnaby for next session and have a conversation with her, but...
Yeah, sure.
I'm pretty sure I was asleep.
I'd say this is pretty close to the end of the watch. This is over an hour and a half, roughly. You know
what?
Woman showed up.
I think that we have a couple people here who would be interested to talk to you. And my shift for watch is almost up. So if you'd like to speak with them, they might have more they could share.
By all means, I would be happy to. I do hope you'll consider rendering your aid to my plight here, dearies. It certainly has not been a walk in the park since she took over. I should like to think that you would also prefer perhaps a return to an older manner of doing things.
I guess we don't really know much about how life was here before. Presumably.
Well, there was definitely less of this companion nonsense. Adlar will finally chime in.
It's a good
That part's pretty fucking gross. We could stop that real easy. I mean, maybe not real easy, but simply.
Well, we will think on things and get some sleep. I'm pretty tired. We've been walking all day.
Do consider it.
We appreciate you showing us a jaguar, by the way.
I would certainly, I'm beginning to regret that one. I would certainly look favorably upon any assistance you could render. Good night.
Good night. I'm gonna go to Barnaby's tent.
Okay.
Give the flap a few pats. It's a weird way to say that.
Swisher, swisher.
Barnaby.
Barnaby's startled. He was sleeping with his gun.
No.
Just pops up awake, holding it. Huh?
Barnaby.
What? What's wrong?
Pull open the thing. It's your shift. Also, there is a creepy lady here, and I don't really trust her, but she knows a lot about.
Hello, dearie.
Excuse me. She knows a lot about the Feywild, and she might know about this creature that you keep looking for.
It was just kind of like a half stupor. So there's this creepy old Feywild looking for an old lady.
You'll figure it out. Come on. Just don't promise anything, okay? I think we should avoid that.
Wait, what?
There's a okay.
Don't promise anything.
Don't make any
Good
deals.
evening,
Don't make
dear.
any Excuse
Wait,
me.
You want me to promise
Nope,
not to
nope.
promise anything?
All right, I'm gonna go in the tent and close it, and I'm gonna explain to him over the course of 5 minutes.
Quick, what's your name? Give me your name.
No, see, don't do that.
I'm just kidding. It's an old Fey joke. Don't actually answer it though. Some people take you serious.
So I will catch Barnaby up as he comes to.
Sure.
I think she might actually have answers for some of your questions, Barnaby. But like I said, I think she's very shady, and I think she's not telling us the whole truth. So don't make any promises or agreements, but you're welcome to ask her any questions you want.
Alright, yeah. I guess I can go help the old Feywild and see what's going on with her.
Barnaby, are you awake?
I'm good enough. As he wakes up,
Okay.
he just kind of gives himself a little pat on the cheek of his face. All right, I can wake up, and then he slaps himself real hard.
Okay.
All right.
I will also go wake up Burberry for a launch at this point too.
I was gonna say while you guys were doing that, I was waking up. Burberry.
Oh, sure, go for it.
Adlar is just gonna keep an eye on this fucking lady. Just arms crossed.
Probably a good call.
Yeah.
When you tell Burberry that there's the old gatekeepers outside or whatever, you hear the highest pitched squeal that you've probably ever heard from him. Like that little like
Now there's someone who respects their
dying,
elders.
dying and they're like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
As Barnaby's getting out of the tent and hears that, he just instantly just like cowers with holding his gun. Like, what was that?
Jaguar, be careful, dear. They're everywhere out here.
Well, I can handle Jaguar. That's not too bad.
That was Burberry. Don't shoot. I'm gonna go to bed now.
Same.
Okay, bye.
All right.
All right.
Good
And as
night,
you
lady.
two come out of your tents. Good night, dearie. I didn't catch your name.
I didn't throw it.
She's good. She's quick. I like that one. You guys step out and can see this small green halfling, dwarf, goblin, fairy. Dunno. But she's here, and she seems very eager to speak with you. And we will pick up there next time with our last session of Renascence for the month of June.
A few weeks, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a minute. So, let's see where this goes.
Yes.
Alrighty.
I am
So,
very eager to
wrapping up-
see the Barnaby Burberry conversation with this woman. That's gonna be fun.
If it was a cartoon, this little lady would be like sitting in the middle, and you'd see Burberry like super leaned forward, and Barnaby is super leaned back.
The moment she said she was the old gatekeeper, I'm like, oh man, Burberry's gonna have to get in on this shit. What did you say her name was? I never wrote it down.
Kotum.
Okay.
Kotum.
Kotum.
Legitimately heard Cottom. Like,
You can't keep it though. It's mine.
That's okay. The session's over.
No take backsies. All right. So MVP vote for the session. Let's knock this one out.
John was pretty useful.
I say John.
Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to go through as fast as we did without it. So that's my vote.
Okay. That's 3 for John. That was quick. Boom, John. Support points. Did not do a lot of RPing together necessarily. I think we'll hold off on support this session.
I woke up Lauren to chat with the lady.
Alarm clock. Yeah.
No, I was literally like, hey, I would defer to your fucking insight here.
All right. So we'll do Noel and Lauren, and then
Barnaby gets a random one with an NPC for a shooting contest.
That's the thing. I'm trying to think of one for everybody, and I'm having a hard time. And I'm like, I don't like giving out uneven pointage if I can avoid it. But
You try and pull Noel up in the tree.
that's true.
Oh, and Noel did check in with Barnaby.
All right, tell you what, Noel's been pretty central to a lot of RP tonight. Everybody will get a point with Noel.